There's a house on Evergreen Terrace, yellow walls, a cracked driveway, a rusted basketball hoop in the front yard. A family lives there that you've known longer than you've known most of the people in your life. You probably know the layout of that house better than you know some of your friends' apartments. You've sat with that family on Sunday nights, or Saturday mornings in reruns, or 3 in the afternoon on a sick day when the television was the only thing keeping the world at bay, and you never questioned it. Not really, because The Simpsons is just a show, a cartoon. Something bright and loud and funny that you put on in the background while you eat, or let run while you're falling asleep, or revisit when the world gets a little too heavy and you need to go somewhere familiar. But here's the thing. That house on Evergreen Terrace is holding secrets. The whole town is. And tonight, as you settle in and let your eyes get heavy and the world outside goes quiet, we're going to walk through every dark corner of Springfield together. Every buried theory, every unsettling detail, every thread that the show dropped 30 years ago and never bothered to pick back up. You don't need to stay awake for this. In fact, it works better if you don't. Let the words wash over you. Let Springfield unfold in the soft dark behind your eyelids. Because these stories are best experienced the way Homer experiences most things, in that comfortable, warm, half-conscious space between waking and sleep. So close your eyes if you want to. We're heading into Springfield, and what we find there might change the way you watch this show forever. Section 1. The Plant. The Springfield nuclear power plant sits on the edge of town like it has always sat on the edge of town, enormous. Cooling towers bleeding steam into the sky, the yellow-green glow of something that should be contained leaking out at the edges into the air, and the water, and the soil beneath the feet of 40,000 people who live downwind of it and have never once thought to ask what it's doing to them. This is where we start. Because if there's a single explanation for why Springfield is the way it is for the yellow skin, the 4 fingers, the memories that vanish between episodes, the aging that never happens, the bodies that survive things, bodies aren't supposed to survive. It traces back to that building, to the cracked cooling towers, to the luminous waste, to the man who owns it and the man he hired to watch over it, and the quiet, slow, invisible catastrophe they've been presiding over together for more than 3 decades. The Springfield nuclear power plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility. That's the official description. In practice, it's something closer to a slow-motion disaster that the town has agreed, through some unspoken collective arrangement, to simply not look at directly. The numbers tell the story plainly enough. A surprise safety inspection of the plant turned up 342 violations. Not a handful, not a concerning few. 342 separate, documented failures of safety protocol in a facility that processes nuclear material and pumps electricity into every home and business in the surrounding area. The estimated cost to bring the plant up to code was $56 million. The man who owns the plant, Charles Montgomery Burns, is a billionaire many times over. The money was not the obstacle. Burns simply declined. He looked at that number, looked at what it would mean to acknowledge that the violations existed in the first place, and decided that silence was cheaper. And the violations themselves, they aren't bureaucratic technicalities. They aren't paperwork problems. They're the kind of thing that makes you set your jaw and stare at the wall for a moment after you hear them. Radioactive waste being dumped directly into bodies of water. Not accidentally. Not through negligence of the kind where someone simply forgot. Dumped deliberately, routinely, as a method of disposal that cost nothing and harmed people who would never know the connection between what was being put into their water and what was happening to their bodies. Radioactive waste being discarded onto children's playgrounds. Plutonium being used as a paperweight on someone's desk, just sitting there. A piece of fissile material in a coffee cup holding down a stack of memos. Cracked cooling towers that had been patched, not repaired patched, with chewing gum. Someone looked at a fracture in a structure designed to manage the heat output of an active nuclear reactor and reached into their pocket and pressed a piece of gum into the gap and called it done. Luminous rats running through the interior of the facility, glowing, alive and glowing, because whatever they'd eaten or absorbed inside those walls had changed them at a biological level, changed them visibly, changed them in a way that anyone with functioning eyes could see from across a room. And then there are the skeletons. This one the show drops like it's nothing. Human skeletons in the basement of an operating nuclear power plant. The episode shows them to you and then keeps moving. Nobody investigates. Nobody even pauses. There are human remains in the basement of this building, and the show presents this as background detail, as scenery, as part of the texture of the place rather than the centerpiece of a criminal investigation that should have shut the facility down within hours of their discovery. Who were those people? How did they get there? How does a working nuclear facility in what is supposedly a functional American town have human bones in its basement without anyone asking questions about it? The show never says. It just shows you the bones and moves on, the same way Springfield always moves on, the same way the people in this town have always moved on from every terrible thing they've ever encountered and decided not to examine too closely. Now think about the man responsible for preventing all of this. The man whose specific job description, whose literal professional function, is to stand between this facility and the people living in the shadow of its cooling towers and ensure that none of it, not the waste, not the radiation, not the cracked walls or the glowing rats or the inexplicable basement skeletons reaches the community outside. That man is Homer Simpson. Homer Simpson, whose IQ the show's own creator has stated is 55. Homer Simpson, who famously had a crayon lodged in his brain since childhood physically, materially lodged in his brain, reducing his cognitive function in a way that doctors in Springfield somehow failed to detect across decades of medical examinations. Homer Simpson, who sleeps at his workstation, who eats donuts during active meltdown warnings, who once caused a nuclear incident by throwing a pastry into the reactor core because he was curious whether it would grow larger in the heat. That is the person standing between Springfield and radioactive catastrophe. He has been standing there, in that role, at that workstation, for over 3 decades, and the plant has continued to operate, and the waste has continued to leak, and the water has continued to be contaminated. And nobody has ever connected those facts to each other in any sustained or meaningful way. The first time the show gives you direct, canonical, impossible to explain away physical evidence of what the plant is doing to the town, it does so through a fish. Season 2, Blinky. A fish pulled from a river near the power plant, and Blinky has 3 eyes. 3 fully formed, functional eyes arranged on a face that nature never designed to hold 3 of anything. Blinky becomes national news within the show's universe. A gubernatorial candidate uses Blinky as a centerpiece of his campaign here. Is physical proof. This fish, this impossible mutated fish pulled from water that the entire town drinks, that Charles Montgomery Burns is poisoning Springfield. Burns is forced to eat the fish on live television to demonstrate that it's harmless. He eats it, the cameras roll, the crowd watches, and then the news cycle moves on. Nobody tests the water. Nobody conducts follow-up studies. Nobody asks the obvious question, the one that hangs in the air so heavily you'd think it would be impossible to breathe around. If the fish have 3 eyes, what is happening to the people who drink the same water? Springfield never asks. Springfield never asks because asking would mean confronting the answer, and the answer, the show suggests, has been visible in the mirror of every Springfield resident for longer than anyone in town wants to admit. Look at Homer Simpson, not as a character you've grown up watching, not through the comfortable familiarity of 36 years of being in his company. Look at him objectively, massive overbite. Eyes that bulge outward in a way that falls outside normal human anatomical range. 4 fingers on each hand not injured, not amputated, simply 4, as though the 5th never developed. A skull shape that defies standard human biology, somehow both bulbous and flat, a head that no orthopedic chart would recognize as typical. An IQ so low it qualifies as a clinical condition. A body that absorbs damage that should by any reasonable physiological standard be fatal and recovers from it completely, without medical intervention, within days or hours or sometimes minutes. Homer has been shot. He has been electrocuted. He has fallen off cliffs. He has been struck by cars at speed. He has survived explosions, fires, drowning, crushing, falls from significant heights. He has walked away from every single one of them. His healing rate is not human. His pain tolerance is not human. His physical durability under trauma is not human. And he has worked in direct proximity to an active nuclear reactor for the entirety of his adult life, absorbing low-level radiation exposure every working day for decades. Now look at Marge. The same bulging eyes, the same 4 fingers. Hair that obeys no law of physics that anyone has ever codified, straight up, perfectly vertical, the same tower it has been for 36 years, maintained without product, without support, simply growing that way because somewhere in the biology of Marge Simpson, hair does not behave the way hair behaves in the world outside Springfield. Marge worked at the plant herself. She was exposed to the same facility, the same violations, the same invisible output of a cracked and leaking reactor. And all three of her children were conceived and born and raised in Springfield by two parents who had been soaking in the town's contaminated environment for years before any of them arrived. Bart, Lisa, Maggie, born in Springfield, raised in Springfield, drinking the water, breathing the air, living under the shadow of those cooling towers their entire lives. Every one of them displays physical characteristics that don't appear in populations that live somewhere else. The hair that holds its shape without product. The overbites that run in the family like a dominant genetic trait. The eyes, the skin. Every single person in Springfield is yellow. Not ill yellow, not the jaundiced yellow of liver disease, just yellow, as the base color of their skin. And nobody in town comments on this. Nobody finds it unusual. It's simply how the people of Springfield look, and they've always looked this way, and the show has always presented it as aesthetic choice, as the signature of the animation style, as just how The Simpsons looks. But here's the detail that breaks the comfortable explanation wide open. When visitors arrive in Springfield from outside, when guest characters appear, when celebrities show up, when the show depicts people who live somewhere other than this town, they look different. Their proportions are more natural. Their eyes sit at normal depth in their sockets. Their skin tones reflect the actual diversity of human skin tones. Their faces are drawn closer to the way human faces actually work. The show draws outsiders more realistically than it draws Springfield residents. This isn't a production inconsistency or an animation oversight. The difference is deliberate and consistent across hundreds of episodes. People from outside Springfield look like people. People from inside Springfield look like something that has been changed by the place they live. The contamination zone produces a recognizable physical profile. The people outside it look normal. The people inside it look mutated. And the show has been showing you this for 36 years while calling it an art style. Even the animals follow the pattern. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, has the same bulging eyes as his owners. The same structural deviations from what a dog's face actually looks like. Blinky the fish has 3 eyes because the runoff from the power plant mutated him. Springfield's wildlife is demonstrably altered by what's in the water. The show tells you this directly, through a 3-eyed fish, and then expects you to accept that the exact same water and air and soil have had zero effect on the humans living in the same environment. Now consider what Burns himself reveals about all of this. There's an episode, Season 8, The Springfield Files, in which Homer sees something in the woods near Springfield. A glowing figure. Something that moves strangely, that emits light from its own body, that looks, to Homer's panicked brain, like nothing that should exist on Earth. The whole town spirals into alien panic. FBI agents are called in. And when the truth is finally revealed, the glowing creature in the woods isn't an alien, it's Mr. Burns. Burns has been undergoing a weekly medical regimen so extreme, so saturated with chemical compounds and radiation therapy, that it causes his body to emit a visible green glow. This treatment keeps him alive for exactly 1 week. Without it, he dies. The treatments don't cure him or restore him to health, they simply hold him at the edge of death and push it back, and then he needs another dose, and the cycle repeats, week after week, indefinitely. After each session, Burns wanders out of the treatment facility in a dazed, euphoric state. He stumbles through the woods. He glows in the dark, literally glows in the dark. His body is so saturated with radiation that it produces visible light. And the people of Springfield see this glowing figure drifting between the trees, and their collective first instinct is that it must be a visitor from another planet. Not the power plant, not radiation, an alien. That's the depth of the denial. That's how thoroughly this town has trained itself not to see the obvious thing. Burns literally glows with radiation, stumbles out of his weekly treatment session looking like something from a science fiction film, and Springfield's interpretation isn't the nuclear plant, but extraterrestrial contact. And then there's the movie. In the Simpsons movie, The environmental contamination of Springfield reaches a level that the Environmental Protection Agency, a real federal agency operating within the logic of the show's universe, determines can no longer be contained through conventional means. The EPA's conclusion is that the entire town must be physically sealed under a massive glass dome to prevent its pollution from spreading to the rest of the country. Think about what that means. The United States government looked at Springfield and determined that the pollution was so severe, so dangerous, so fundamentally catastrophic, that the only viable solution was to encase the entire town. Not clean it up, not address the source. Encase it. Physically contain it like a sample from a biological hazard site that cannot be allowed to contaminate the surrounding environment. Springfield is classified by the federal government as an environmental hazard zone. The entire town, every resident, every building, every body of water and patch of soil and cubic foot of air, all of it hazardous. All of it too contaminated to be allowed contact with the outside world. And the people inside the dome. Every resident who has spent decades drinking the water and breathing the air, they're still in there when the dome comes down. Burns knows all of this. He has always known. The show makes this explicit, not through implication or interpretation, but through the direct portrayal of a man who funds private medical research, retains personal physicians of a caliber unavailable to the general public, undergoes weekly radiation treatments that keep him alive, and has spent over a century developing a sophisticated understanding of what radiation does to biological systems, because radiation is what keeps him alive. Burns isn't just profiting from the plant's contamination of Springfield. He is personally dependent on controlled radiation exposure to maintain his own biological function. He understands radiation at a molecular level because he has been managing his own exposure for more than 100 years. He knows what his plant is doing to the water. He knows what the water is doing to the people. He knows what the people look like after decades of exposure because he has been watching them from his office at the top of the building that's been poisoning them. Homer's continued employment isn't carelessness. Consider what happened when German investors briefly purchased the plant. The first thing they did was fire Homer. They brought in competent safety personnel, assessed the cost of addressing the facility's violations, and nearly went bankrupt from the estimate alone. Burns bought the plant back. He bought it back immediately. And the very first thing he did upon reacquisition was rehire Homer. A competent safety inspector would shut the plant down within days. A diligent, thorough, qualified safety inspector would examine those 342 violations and have the facility closed before the week was out. Homer ensures that doesn't happen. Homer's incompetence isn't a liability for Burns, it's a feature. Homer is the mechanism by which the violations continue, the waste keeps leaking, the water stays poisoned, and Burns maintains his monopoly over Springfield's power, its economy, and through that, its population. A population, the theory suggests, that has been cognitively compromised by the very contamination it's been too impaired to recognize. The Crayon episode Season 12 is where this theory finds its most unsettling support. Homer discovers that a crayon has been lodged in his brain since childhood, not recently lodged, since childhood. A foreign object sitting in his skull for decades, physically impeding his neurological function, and in all that time through every checkup, every doctor's visit, every medical examination in Springfield, not one physician detected it. When the crayon is removed, Homer's IQ skyrockets. He becomes articulate, perceptive, capable of understanding the world around him with a clarity he has never experienced. He sees Springfield. He sees his job. He sees the architecture of his own life with fresh, functioning eyes. And it is unbearable. He sees it all clearly, and it breaks him. The clarity is worse than the fog. So he asks to have the crayon put back. He chooses stupidity. He chooses the comfortable dimness. He chooses to go back inside the fog because the fog is survivable and the truth is not. But the episode raises a question it never bothers to answer. How does a crayon end up lodged in a child's brain without anyone noticing? How does a child move through childhood, through adolescence, through an entire adult life in a town with hospitals and doctors and medical infrastructure, and not a single person in all that time finds the foreign object in his skull? Either the medical establishment of Springfield is catastrophically incompetent, or someone knew it was there. Someone looked at the scans, saw what was there, and made a choice about whether to tell the patient or simply move on and let the fog persist. If Burns's influence extends into Springfield's healthcare infrastructure, and given that he effectively owns the town's economy, given that his power plant employs a significant portion of the working population, given that his resources dwarf anything any other institution in Springfield could bring to bear, then the possibility that Homer's crayon wasn't an oversight but a decision becomes something the show never explicitly says, but never quite rules out either. The radiation theory doesn't explain one mystery about The Simpsons. It explains all of them, gathered together and viewed as a system rather than a series of unrelated quirks. The characters don't age because chronic radiation exposure at the cellular level has altered their biology in ways that standard human aging doesn't apply to. The town resets between catastrophes because the neurological damage from decades of contamination has compromised the population's capacity for sustained memory and critical analysis. Homer survives things that should kill him because his body has been so fundamentally restructured by a lifetime of low-level radiation exposure that it no longer follows standard human rules for physical trauma. Burns stays alive through treatments that would kill any unmodified human because he has spent a century developing and refining a personalized medical protocol for managing radiation's effects on biological tissue resources that he has made certain no one else in Springfield has access to. And nobody questions any of it because the same poison that changed their bodies changed the part of their brains responsible for asking uncomfortable questions. Springfield isn't an eccentric cartoon town with charming quirks. It's a contamination zone with a billionaire at its center and a population too damaged to understand why their fish have 3 eyes and their children are born with 4 fingers. The nuclear power plant isn't background detail. It isn't the setting. It's the story. Every yellow face, every bulging eye, every impossible recovery, every forgotten catastrophe, every reset, every unexplained morning after some terrible evening. It all traces back to the same building, the same cracked towers, the same invisible current running through the water of a town that drinks deeply and never asks what's in it. The plant has been there since before any of them can remember. It will be there after all of them are gone. And the man at the top of it will still be watching, still glowing faintly in the dark, still scheduled for his weekly treatment, still very much alive in the way that things are alive, when they've found a way to make their survival everyone else's problem. Drop a comment below letting us know what time it is where you are and where you're watching from. And if you want to keep falling asleep to stories like this one, subscribe. It helps more than you know, and there's a lot more Springfield to get through tonight. Section 2. The Coma. On the 1st of April 1993, something happened to Homer Simpson that the show acknowledged, and then quietly buried beneath 32 more years of episodes. Something that a certain reading of the show's entire post, 1993 output, would suggest was never actually resolved, that the resolution the episode presented was itself part of the dream, a tidy bow on a package that was never really opened. The episode was called So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. It was the 18th episode of Season 4. The premise was simple and springtime and exactly the kind of escalating absurdity that made the early seasons feel alive in a way that later seasons would struggle to replicate. Bart, in the spirit of April Fool's Day, plays a series of pranks on Homer. Each prank escalates. The final prank involves taking one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop and placing it inside an industrial paint shaker. When Homer opens the can, the explosion is violent enough to send him to the hospital. While Homer is lying in his hospital bed, recovering, he notices a vending machine across the room. He tries to get a candy bar. The machine tips, it falls onto Homer, and Homer Simpson enters a coma. Not a cutaway gag. Not a dream sequence that gets lampshaded by the end of the episode. A real, medically defined coma. Homer flatlines. He enters a clinically unconscious state, and he stays there for 7 weeks. The episode ends with Homer seemingly waking up. Bart, tearfully, confesses at his bedside that the whole thing was his fault. Homer springs awake and starts strangling Bart immediately. The family laughs, everything resets, the credits roll, but in the final moments of the same episode, a detail is dropped that the show never revisits and never explains away. Homer lost 5% of his brain function during the coma. 5%, the doctor says. Gone. Permanently gone. Never coming back. And Homer's response to this information, to the news that he is now permanently brain damaged in a medically quantifiable way, is to laugh. to laugh, and then to say that he doesn't understand why he's laughing. The family finds this charming. No one finds it alarming. The episode ends and The Simpsons continues for 32 more years as if nothing happened. Unless nothing did happen. Unless Homer never woke up at all. This is the Homer coma theory. It is the most widely discussed, most thoroughly examined, and most structurally coherent fan theory in the history of The Simpsons. And its basic premise is disarmingly simple. Homer Simpson did not wake up from his coma in April 1993. Every single episode that has aired since that date, every storyline, every character arc, every celebrity appearance, every impossible event and world-altering adventure, and season finale revelation is a dream being generated by the unconscious mind of a man lying in a hospital bed in Springfield General, slowly losing brain function, while his family sits beside him and waits for him to open his eyes. The evidence is genuinely unsettling, and it starts before the coma episode even airs. 6 months before Homer goes into his coma, in the Season 4 premiere, Homer, the heretic Homer, has a conversation with God. An actual face-to-face conversation with God, who appears to Homer in a dream and speaks to him directly. And during that conversation, God tells Homer something specific. He tells Homer that Homer will learn the meaning of life. But not yet. God says Homer's time is coming. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. The timeline isn't coincidental if you're reading for it. A divine figure visits Homer in the season's first episode and tells him his time is nearly up. 6 months later, Homer's conscious life ends. What the show frames as a quirky theological gag, Homer chatting with God, getting a vague promise about life's meaning, reads under the coma theory as something much darker. A prophecy, a warning that the waking life was ending. An acknowledgement from whatever theological authority the show's universe allows that Homer's time in the real world was almost finished, and that whatever came after would be something different. Now consider the tonal shift. Before the coma episode, The Simpsons was, at its core, a grounded show. Not realistic, it was always a cartoon, always heightened and exaggerated. But the storylines were anchored to recognizable human experience. Homer trying to quit drinking, Marge considering whether she was happy in her marriage, Lisa developing a crush on a substitute teacher who saw her intelligence and validated it, Bart facing the possibility of being held back a year in school. These were everyday family struggles, filtered through satire, but rooted in the kinds of situations that real families actually navigate. Financial pressure, marital tension, academic failure, the loneliness of being the smartest person in a room full of people who don't want to be challenged. The show's emotional foundation was built on domestic recognition. You watched it and thought, I know this family, I know these problems, I know this life. After the coma, everything changes. Homer goes to space. Mr. Burns captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer becomes the leader of a vigilante group. Homer joins a secret society. Homer discovers his mother has been living as a fugitive radical. Homer meets God twice more. Homer starts a grunge band. Homer becomes a food critic and a missionary and a boxing manager and a film producer and a country music star and a voice actor and a professional snowplow operator and a carny and about 400 other things across the seasons that follow. The escalation isn't gradual. It's seismic. The show transforms from a family sitcom with genuine emotional stakes into something that more closely resembles the fever dream of a man whose brain is slowly losing its grip on what's real and what's possible, generating increasingly elaborate scenarios that bear less and less resemblance to the world that existed before the vending machine fell. The internet has been debating the moment The Simpsons stopped being good for decades. Entire threads, entire video essays, entire academic papers have been devoted to identifying the precise episode or season where something shifted. The coma theory argues that the answer isn't a matter of opinion or creative decline. It's a specific date, a specific episode. The show didn't get worse. Homer's brain got worse. And what looked like a loss of quality from the outside was actually the progressive deterioration of the dreaming mind generating the content. There's a particular detail about the celebrity appearances that the coma theory handles with an elegance no other explanation quite manages. Later seasons of The Simpsons are flooded with celebrity guest appearances. Hundreds of famous people passing through Springfield over the decades, appearing in the show as themselves or in thinly disguised roles, interacting with the family and the town and then disappearing back into the world. This became, for many viewers, one of the most reliable signs that something had changed, that the show had become more interested in the spectacle of celebrity cameos than in the story it was originally telling. The coma theory explains this phenomenon not as a creative failure but as a neurological one. Homer's unconscious brain, lying in a hospital bed for years, receives ambient stimuli from the room around him, sounds from a television, conversations at his bedside, music from a radio down the hall, voices, names, cultural references bleeding in through the fog of unconsciousness, and his dreaming mind, which is trying to keep the simulation of Springfield running with whatever material it can find, absorbs these fragments and weaves them in. Every celebrity who appears in Springfield is a voice Homer heard through the fog, a face glimpsed on a hospital television, a name mentioned by someone standing at his bedside. His brain processes the input and generates a character, places the character in the dream, and the dream continues. The flood of celebrities in later seasons doesn't reflect Springfield becoming a magnet for famous people. It reflects Homer's dreaming brain running low on original material and cannibalizing whatever external stimuli happened to drift in through the walls of his hospital room. The aging problem, the single most fundamental, most discussed, most inexplicable structural feature of the show, is where the coma theory becomes something that's difficult to argue around. Nobody in The Simpsons ages. Bart has been 10 years old for 36 years. Lisa has been 8. Maggie has been 1. Homer and Marge haven't aged visibly across 36 seasons, multiple historical eras, and thousands of individual episodes. The show uses what the industry calls a floating timeline. The present is always the present. The characters are always their established ages, and the past reshapes itself to remain consistent with wherever the floating present has drifted. Every other theory about Springfield attempts to explain this somehow. The radiation theory proposes that mutated biology has altered the aging process at a cellular level. Cartoon logic says this is simply how animated shows work and you shouldn't think about it too hard. Both of these explanations require you to accept a significant degree of narrative convenience. The aging isn't explained, it's excused. The coma theory doesn't excuse it. It explains it, and the explanation is devastating in its simplicity. Nobody ages because they exist inside the mind of a man who went to sleep in April 1993 and never woke up. Of course, his children don't age. His unconscious brain can't imagine them growing older because he wasn't there to see it happen. He went under before Bart turned 11. He went under before Lisa turned 9. He went under when Maggie was still small enough to hold. His memory of his children is frozen at the moment the vending machine fell. 10, 8, 1, and a dreaming mind can only reproduce what it remembers. The children in the dream are the children he last saw before he lost consciousness. They are exactly as he knew them. They will always be exactly as he knew them because his brain has no other version to work from. Marge doesn't age because the last time Homer saw her, she looked exactly like that. His friends don't change because his memory of them is locked at the moment of impact. Springfield itself doesn't evolve because the dreaming mind doesn't have access to a Springfield that evolved after April 1993. It only has the one it knew. The dream is, in the most literal sense, a preservation. A perfect amber enclosure of the last moment Homer was conscious, running in loops, generating variations on the same theme, the same house, the same family, the same town, because those are the only coordinates the dreaming mind can navigate by. The show engaged with this theory more directly than most people realize. In season 34, an episode called Lisa the Boy Scout included a deliberately leaked fake deleted scene in which Homer wakes up from a long coma. The scene reveals that every outlandish episode was just a dream. The show's writers created this scene, animated it fully, voiced it completely, and released it as a leaked scene and then announced it was a hoax, a scene planted by hackers. Not real, move on. But the fact that they made it at all is significant. The writers know this theory. They've engaged with it deeply enough to produce a full animated version of its central revelation. They showed you what it would look like for the theory to be confirmed, and then they walked it back not by disproving it, but by asserting it was a joke. The denial came wrapped inside, the very thing being denied. Executive producer Al Jean addressed the theory directly in 2015. He said it wasn't true. He dismissed it as fan speculation. But what Al Jean didn't address and what the interviewer didn't press him on was the tonal shift after season 4, the reason nobody ages, The conversation between Homer and God 6 months before the coma, the progressive unreality of the show's storylines, or the fact that Homer's brain damage from the coma is never mentioned again despite being described as permanent. He said it's not true. He didn't explain why the evidence points the way it does. And the fans didn't move on. They haven't moved on in 30 years because the theory does something that no official position has ever done. It makes the show make sense. All of it. The aging freeze, the tonal shift, the celebrity flood, the increasingly surreal plots that seem to drift further from anything resembling realistic human experience with each passing season, the reset button that erases consequences between episodes, the fact that Homer can survive literally anything because nothing is actually happening to his body. His body is in a hospital bed. Only his mind is in Springfield. And his mind cannot kill him because his mind is telling the story. Now here is the part that stays with you long after the episode ends and the screen goes dark. If the coma theory is true, the emotional core of The Simpsons is not comedy. It's grief. Homer's deepest wish, the wish that his unconscious mind is generating and regenerating across every single episode, is so simple it aches. He wants his family. That's all. He wants Marge to still love him. He wants Bart to still be his mischievous, exhausting, impossible little boy. He wants Lisa to still play her saxophone badly and passionately in her room. He wants Maggie to still be small enough to hold in one arm. He wants Friday night at the Simpson house to last forever. The couch, the television, the dog on the floor, the smell of whatever Marge is cooking in the kitchen. He wants to go home. And in the coma, he can. The dream gives him everything he wants. His family preserved exactly as they were. His children never growing up. His wife never leaving. His life never ending. The house on Evergreen Terrace always lit from within, always smelling like home, always waiting for him at the end of whatever absurd adventure the dreaming mind has generated for this particular episode. Homer's coma isn't a nightmare. It's the only heaven a man like Homer Simpson would ever ask for. A house on Evergreen Terrace where the kids are always young and the beer is always cold, and nobody ever has to say goodbye. And every time Homer survives something impossible, every time the world resets, every time the credits roll and everything goes back to normal as though nothing happened, it isn't lazy writing. It's Homer's brain refusing to let the story end. Because if the story ends, if the dream stops, if the simulation finally crashes, then Homer has to wake up. And waking up means finding out how much time has passed, how old his children really are, whether Marge waited, whether anyone is still sitting by his bed, or, worse, not waking up at all. That's the coma theory. Homer Simpson has been dreaming since April 1993. Every episode you've ever watched since that spring is a love letter from an unconscious father to the family he can't reach. The show will never confirm it. But it will never disprove it either, because the evidence isn't circumstantial. It's structural. It's baked into the architecture of the show itself. Nobody ages, reality keeps getting stranger. And Homer always finds his way home by the end of the episode. Because in his dream, he never left. Section 3. The shooting. Before we go any further into Springfield's dark corners, there's a crime to revisit. The crime. The one that the show told you it solved and then gave you, if you looked closely enough, every reason to doubt the answer. Who shot Mr. Burns? The show's official answer is Maggie Simpson. Season 7, Episode 1, case closed, baby did it. The investigation is over, the file is sealed, the mystery is resolved, except it isn't. The more you pull at the edges of this resolution, the more the stitching comes undone, until what you're left with isn't a solution but a cover story, a neat, legally prosecution-proof answer that conveniently points to the one person in Springfield who can never be held accountable, and conveniently distracts from the people who had both the means and the motive and the opportunity and the decades of accumulated grievance necessary to actually pull a trigger. Go back to the beginning. Season 6, Episode 25, Who Shot Mr. Burns? Part 1. Summer 1995. The Simpsons accomplished something that no animated show had ever attempted before. A genuine, serialized mystery designed with enough internal complexity that the network promoted it as a real cultural event. Fox partnered with America's Most Wanted to produce a tie-in special, treating the fictional crime as a real unsolved case. America was invited to participate. A contest was run. The winner would be animated into an actual episode. The setup was meticulous. Burns had spent the episode accumulating enemies with the systematic thoroughness of a man who seems almost to be inviting retribution. He stole oil from beneath Springfield Elementary, gutting the school's budget. He drove Moe's Tavern into bankruptcy. He created a sinkhole that destroyed the retirement home. He injured Santa's little helper. And then, for the finale, he constructed a giant mechanical sun-blocking disc and deployed it over the entire town, literally blocking out the sun so that Springfield's residents would be forced to buy their electricity from his power plant even, during daylight hours. When Smithers protested, Burns fired him on the spot. By the end of the episode, every person in Springfield had a reason to want Burns dead. Not a vague, abstract grievance. A specific documented personal injury caused directly by this man's greed and calculated cruelty. Homer, whose name Burns has never been able to remember despite Homer working for him for years. Bart and Lisa, whose school lost its funding. Grandpa Simpson, whose retirement home was destroyed. Groundskeeper Willie, who lost his job. Tito Puente, who lost the music program. Moe, whose bar went under. Smithers, freshly fired and spiraling. The entire town gathered at a public meeting to confront Burns. Multiple characters were shown holding weapons. The tension was real and documented, and earned across the entire episode. And then Burns was shot. One bullet. He staggered to the town sundial, fell, and his hands landed or appeared to land on two specific letters, W and S, from the viewer's perspective. M and S, from Burns's perspective as he lay on the dial. America waited through the entire summer of 1995. When Part 2 aired in September, the investigation played out. Smithers confessed, but his confession collapsed when it emerged he'd been blackout drunk at the time and had actually shot a different person, entirely old Jasper, in the wooden leg, elsewhere in town. Around the same time, one by one, the suspects were cleared. Skinner had an alibi. Moe had an alibi. Tito Puente had perhaps the greatest alibi in television history, a full musical number explaining that he had channeled his rage into a samba rather than an act of violence. An eyelash found on Burns's suit was analyzed and traced through DNA to a member of the Simpson family. Homer's fingerprints were found on the gun. He had the clearest motive. He was arrested. He was about to be convicted. And then Burns woke from his coma, looked around the hospital room, and identified the shooter. Maggie. Baby Maggie Simpson, 1-year-old. Burns's account. He encountered Maggie in the parking lot after the town meeting. He tried to take her lollipop. In the struggle, his gun fell from his holster. Maggie picked it up. The gun discharged. Burns was shot. Case closed. Except the contest. Fox invited the viewing public to submit guesses about the shooter's identity. The prize was significant. Being animated into a future episode. Thousands of entries arrived. According to the DVD commentary for the episodes, when a randomly selected sample of entries was examined, not a single person had correctly identified Maggie as the shooter. Nobody won. The announced winner was chosen randomly from the pool and, lacking the correct answer, received a cash payment instead. The show's writers acknowledged on the commentary that one person, posting to a Simpsons newsgroup on the night of the original broadcast, had apparently gotten it right. This person was using a college internet account that was no longer active by the time the producers tried to track them down. They issued an open invitation on the DVD release for this person to come forward. As far as anyone knows, they never did. Think about what that means in terms of the mystery's construction. The creators designed a puzzle, told the public it was solvable from the clues embedded in Part 1, ran a national contest built on that premise, and then essentially nobody solved it. The clues, whatever they were, didn't lead the audience to the answer. Either the evidence was insufficient, or the red herrings were too effective, or, and this is the reading that the coma theory would find interesting, the answer didn't actually follow logically from the evidence presented. Now, look at the specific clues. The sundial. Burns falls onto it, his hands pointing to W and S from one angle, M and S from another. The show uses this to establish Maggie Simpson as the indicated shooter, M for Maggie, S for Simpson. This is presented as a deliberate dying message, the victim pointing you toward his attacker. Except Burns himself, in his account of the shooting, explicitly states that his hands landing on those letters was not intentional. He didn't position himself on the sundial to spell out initials. He fell. His hands landed where they landed. The sundial positioning is, by Burns's own testimony, coincidence. The central piece of physical evidence linking Maggie to the crime is one that the victim describes as meaningless. Then there's the gun itself. Burns carried a weapon in a holster. Shortly before the shooting, the holster is shown empty. Burns's gun was already missing from his person before he was shot. Whoever shot Burns used his own weapon against him. This is significant because it narrows the profile of the shooter considerably. Most of the suspects at the town meeting had come armed. They'd brought weapons because they were angry enough at Burns to be thinking about violence. The person who shot Burns was someone who hadn't brought a gun, someone who wasn't planning to shoot anyone, someone who encountered Burns's weapon by chance and used it in a moment of impulse or opportunity. A baby finding a dropped gun on the ground fits this profile. So does a person who hadn't planned on violence but found themselves in a moment where violence became available. Burns's last words before being shot were, "Oh, it's you." Not surprise, not fear. Recognition. The casual, unremarkable recognition of someone you know. The greeting of a person you've encountered before, someone you don't consider a threat. Does Burns know Maggie Simpson? Has he ever had a meaningful interaction with her before this episode? The show doesn't establish any relationship between Burns and Maggie prior to the shooting. Burns barely registers Homer's existence, and Homer has worked for him for years. The idea that Burns would see a baby in a parking lot and respond with the warm, familiar acknowledgement of, "Oh, it's you," as though greeting a familiar acquaintance doesn't map onto the character we know, but it maps onto someone else. Several someone else's. In Season 18, Homer mentions casually, in passing, with no dramatic weight and no narrative context, that he was the one who shot Mr. Burns. He just says it, on camera. Nobody reacts. Nobody investigates. Nobody reopens the case. Homer confesses to the attempted murder of the richest man in Springfield, and the scene moves on as though he'd commented on the weather. One reading of this is that Homer is lying for attention, a plausible interpretation given his character. But another reading is that Homer is telling the truth, and that the original verdict was wrong, and that a baby was blamed for a crime her father committed. And if that's true, then the DNA evidence, the Simpson family eyelash on Burns's suit, wasn't pointing to Maggie. It was pointing to Homer. It was pointing correctly. The investigation identified the right family and then accepted the wrong member of it. There's a theory, developed with considerable detail by various fans over the years, that points to Marge as the actual shooter. The case is strong enough to be worth sitting with. Marge had every reason. Burns destroyed her children's school. Burns injured the family dog. Burns stole the son from the town where her family lived. Burns, through his decades of negligence at the power plant, had been quietly poisoning the water her children drank and the air they breathed. The accumulated grievance of living in a town that this one man had spent decades methodically degrading would be reason enough. But the specific element that makes the Marge theory compelling is Burns's emotional history with her. In an earlier season, Burns becomes infatuated with Marge. He pursues her, he falls, in whatever withered and misdirected way Burns is capable of falling, for the woman who lives on Evergreen Terrace. And when Marge encounters Burns in the parking lot after the town meeting, when he says, "Oh, it's you," he's not greeting a stranger or an infant. He's greeting the woman he fixated on. And he takes the bullet, wakes up, and in his account of the shooting does not name her. He protects her. He takes the damage, looks at the sundial as he falls, and lets the town construct its own interpretation. Maggie becomes the answer, because Maggie was the most convenient possible answer, a 1-year-old baby who cannot be prosecuted. Chief Wiggum says it himself in the episode. No jury in the world would convict a baby. The youngest Simpson is the perfect resolution to a case that the people in power might prefer to see closed rather than solved. The alternate endings confirm that even the writers weren't fully committed to Maggie as the answer. A complete, fully produced, fully voiced alternate conclusion was animated in which Smithers is revealed as the actual shooter. This ending was shown in The Simpsons' 138th episode Spectacular, a clip show hosted by Troy McClure, who dismisses it by saying it wouldn't have made sense because all the Simpson DNA evidence would have to be ignored, which would be, he says, downright nutty. That line is a direct reference to the OJ. Simpson trial, which had concluded shortly before the episode, aired a trial in which a jury did in fact ignore DNA evidence to reach an acquittal. The show is winking. It's telling you that ignoring DNA evidence happens. It's telling you that official verdicts and actual truths aren't always the same thing. It's pointing at a real-world case where the evidence said one thing and the verdict said another, and asking you to hold that thought while you consider Springfield's most famous unsolved crime. An early draft had Barney Gumble as the shooter. The writers considered this seriously enough to develop it before abandoning it. The answer wasn't fixed from the beginning. The clues were not designed to lead to a predetermined conclusion. The conclusion was chosen, and then the clues were arranged around it afterward, which is the reverse of how a genuine mystery is supposed to work. And in a town where every single person had a motive, where dozens of people were carrying weapons, where the man who'd just stolen the sun from the community was standing in a parking lot alone, how is it that only one person acted? Springfield is not a town known for restraint. These people riot at trivial provocations. They've burned down civic buildings over misunderstandings. They've formed violent mobs over disputes that didn't warrant a strongly worded letter. But when Burns blocks out the sun, literally removes sunlight from the town, threatening every living organism in the community, only one person shoots him. One. Either Springfield's population is significantly more measured than it has ever appeared, or something about the official story doesn't capture what actually happened in that parking lot. The final shot of part 2. Everyone has left the room. Maggie is alone. She looks around, slowly, carefully, making sure there's no one watching, and then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics pulling a trigger. The show wants you to read this as confirmation. Maggie did it, and she knows what she did. But look at it again. A baby imitating a gesture she witnessed. Babies mimic what they see. They absorb movements, expressions, actions from the adults around them and reproduce them without necessarily understanding what they mean. The gesture could be confession. It could just as easily be imitation, a 1-year-old repeating something she saw, something that happened near her in that parking lot, something her eyes recorded and her hands now replay, because that's what babies do. Maggie might not be confessing. She might be remembering. The greatest mystery in Simpsons history was never solved. It was closed. And in Springfield, those are two very different things. Section 4. The Immortal. How is Mr. Burns still alive? This isn't a question about cartoon logic. It isn't a rhetorical provocation designed to be batted away with a wave at the general surreality of an animated show. Within the established, canonical, documented universe of The Simpsons, Charles Montgomery Burns is a medical impossibility. He has been for 36 years. And the show's explanation for his continued existence, spread across dozens of episodes, implies something so strange and so unsettling that it stops being a quirky detail and starts resembling the central horror of the entire series. Burns's age has been stated, implied, contradicted, revised, and recontradicted across more episodes than you can count. But every version of his timeline places his birth somewhere in the late 19th century. He has referenced personal memories from before the turn of the 20th century direct, first-hand recollections of events and circumstances that occurred before most countries had indoor plumbing. He has described professional relationships with historical figures who died before most of the show's audience was born. By the most conservative reading of the available evidence, Burns is well over 100 years old. By more liberal interpretations of the show's continuity, he might be pushing toward 140. And he doesn't just exist, he functions. He runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation with operational efficiency. He manipulates municipal politics with a strategic precision that suggests not just intelligence but wisdom accumulated over decades of experience. He orchestrates schemes requiring sustained cognitive effort, long-term planning, and a working fluency in modern technology, finance, and law that a man his age should, by any standard of biological reality, have lost somewhere around the time color television was invented. His body is frail. This is acknowledged and played for jokes. Burns is physically so weak that a small breeze can knock him over. His handshake is like holding a bundle of dry grass. His physical strength is essentially non-existent, but his mind, razor sharp, his memory for grudges, for debts, for strategic advantages, for the names and weaknesses and leverage points of everyone around him, perfect. Burns is arguably the most cognitively capable character in Springfield, operating with a strategic ruthlessness that no one else in the show can match. And he has been doing this at peak capacity for longer than any human consciousness should be able to sustain itself. In the Springfield Files, the episode that gives us the alien in the woods story that turns out to be Burns after his weekly treatment, the show provides the most direct explanation for how he's still alive. Burns undergoes a medical regimen on a precise weekly schedule. The treatment is so extreme, so loaded with chemical compounds and radiation therapy, that it causes his body to emit a visible green glow. It keeps him alive for exactly 7 more days. Not approximately 7 days, exactly 7. Miss one treatment and Burns dies. The margin for error is absolute zero. His life is maintained the way you maintain a machine, through scheduled servicing. He is not surviving through biological processes. He is being kept alive through a recurring, artificial medical intervention that has to happen on a precise weekly schedule without fail. The moment the schedule breaks, the system collapses. And the treatment involves radiation. Of course it does. The man who owns a nuclear power plant, the man whose facility has been leaking radioactive material into a community's water supply for decades, sustains his own biological function through controlled radiation exposure. Burns isn't just profiting from nuclear energy, he's powered by it. His body has been so fundamentally restructured by a century or more of proximity to nuclear material that it can no longer maintain itself through standard cellular processes. He requires external radiation input the way a normal human requires food and water. Take it away and his system shuts down within a week. This explains something the show has depicted repeatedly without ever treating as significant. In one of the most famous and often quoted scenes in the entire series, Burns visits a doctor who informs him that he has every disease known to medical science. Every single one, simultaneously. Every illness, every condition, every pathology that has ever been cataloged, all present in Burns's body at the same time, all trying to kill him at the same time. The doctor's explanation for why Burns is still alive is that the diseases are in a state of perfect equilibrium. Each one cancels out the others. They're all present at once, all trying to advance, all blocked by the presence of all the others. Three Stooges syndrome, the doctor calls it 3 people trying to get through a doorway at once, and none of them can because they're all blocking each other. Burns's diseases are all trying to kill him simultaneously, and because they're all trying at the same time, none of them can. The doctor concludes that Burns is the sickest man in America and also functionally indestructible because everything that should kill him is being blocked by everything else that should kill him. This is played for laughs. It's one of the most quoted scenes in the show. But if you accept the radiation theory, if you accept that Burns's weekly treatments are what's actually maintaining this equilibrium, the scene transforms. The radiation treatments don't cure his diseases. They manage them. They keep every illness in a precise state of stasis, balanced against every other illness, preventing any single condition from gaining dominance and tipping the scales. It's not medicine in any conventional sense. It's nuclear management. Burns's body is a reactor, and his weekly appointments are the equivalent of adjusting the control rods to prevent criticality. Now consider Smithers. Waylon Smithers is Burns's personal assistant, his shadow, his devoted and long-suffering attendant. The show has explored Smithers's devotion to Burns at length, across many episodes, presenting it as a mixture of genuine affection, professional loyalty, and a complex personal attachment that the show circles around without always landing directly on. But underneath all of that, underneath the complicated emotional dynamic, the unrequited feelings, the decades of service, there's a reading of Smithers's devotion that makes it less about love and more about life. Smithers manages Burns's schedule. Smithers ensures Burns makes every weekly treatment appointment. Smithers monitors Burns's physical condition with a vigilance that the show frames as obsessive, but that, under this reading, is simply necessary. The show has established repeatedly that if Smithers ever left, if he was removed from his position, if he quit, if he was simply unavailable for a critical window, Burns would be helpless. Not emotionally helpless, physically helpless. Without Smithers managing the treatment schedule, Burns misses a dose. The equilibrium collapses. Every disease in his body surges forward at once. He dies within days. Smithers isn't devoted to Burns out of love alone. He's devoted because he understands that his absence is a death sentence. He knows how the system works. He knows that the intricate, precisely timed medical protocol keeping Burns alive requires someone who understands it completely and is present to implement it without fail. And he knows that he is, currently, that person. His devotion to Burns isn't just emotional. It's the knowledge that he is the mechanism standing between his employer and the termination of a life that has been kept going through pure logistical competence for over a century. Smithers is keeping Burns alive by showing up, and he knows it, and that knowledge is the deepest foundation of everything between them. Burns's connection to historical events adds a layer that the show deposits casually across dozens of episodes without ever gathering into a single coherent narrative. He has described personal involvement in events spanning from the early 1900s through the present day. He knew Howard Hughes. He attended Yale. He served in World War II in a capacity the show presents as morally complicated at best. He stole a $1 trillion bill from the United States government during the war and kept it hidden for decades. He has referenced the Gilded Age as personal experience rather than history. His family wealth predates the Industrial Revolution, and the Burns family dynasty extends back across generations, centuries, the show implies, of continuous wealth and influence that has been shaping American history from behind the scenes since before the country was old enough to know its own shape. They weren't just wealthy in the ordinary sense. They were the kind of wealthy that builds infrastructure and then charges everyone else to use it. The kind of wealthy that exists so far above the law that legal accountability becomes theoretical rather than practical. The kind of wealthy that, generation after generation, has found ways to ensure that the money doesn't just persist but grows, doesn't just grow but consolidates, doesn't just consolidate but becomes the invisible architecture that everyone else lives inside without quite understanding what's holding it up. Burns inherited this legacy and has been extending it for over a century. He didn't build an empire. He maintained one that was already ancient when he took control of it. And the question the show never fully answers is whether the Burns immortality strategy is unique to Charles Montgomery Burns himself or whether it's a tradition. Whether previous members of the Burns dynasty employed similar methods, different methods in different eras, before nuclear medicine, before radiation therapy, before any of the specific technology that currently keeps Burns alive to extend their hold on power beyond the natural lifespan, the show doesn't say, but it establishes that the Burns family has maintained continuous control of its fortune for longer than most American institutions have existed. That kind of continuity doesn't happen through ordinary generational succession. It doesn't happen through luck. It requires something extraordinary. Extraordinary measures, extraordinary arrangements, extraordinary willingness to do whatever is necessary to ensure that the line continues and the money doesn't disperse and the power doesn't dilute. And here is the genuinely terrifying part of Burns's immortality. The element that transforms it from a dark personal story into something that implicates the entire town. Springfield needs Burns to live. The town's economy depends on the power plant. The power plant depends on Burns. Burns depends on the weekly treatments. The treatments depend on the infrastructure that Burns's wealth provides. It's a closed loop, a self-sustaining system in which the man, the machine, and the money feed each other in a cycle that has no natural termination point. Springfield cannot kill Burns because Springfield cannot survive without Burns. The plant is the primary employer. The plant is the power source. The town's economy, such as it is, orbits the plant the way a small moon orbits a gas giant drawn in by gravity, unable to escape, dependent on the relationship for its continued existence, even if that relationship is slowly destroying it. So the town keeps paying the cost. The contaminated water, the leaking radiation, the cracked cooling towers and the glowing billionaire, and the safety inspector who sleeps at his desk, all of it is the price Springfield pays to keep Burns alive. And Burns keeps paying the price of his weekly treatment, and the cycle continues. He's not immortal in any mystical sense. He's something that's, in some ways, worse. He's too expensive to die. And Springfield will keep paying the bill for as long as Burns keeps the lights on, which, if his treatment schedule holds, will be forever. Section 5. The Vote. Season 9, Episode 2. The Principal and the Pauper. The 28th of September, 1997. This is the episode that fans have never forgiven. The one that made people angry in a way that other bad episodes don't, because other bad episodes are simply bad, they're lazy or unfunny or misconceived. This episode is something different. This episode did something deliberate, something that the show's fan base experienced as a betrayal so profound that they've spent 28 years calling it the worst thing The Simpsons ever did. But here's the question that rewatching this episode with fresh eyes keeps raising. What if the betrayal wasn't the writing? What if the episode was doing exactly what it intended to do, and the reason it feels like a betrayal is that what it intended to do was tell you something true about Springfield that the show had been showing you all along but never said out loud? What if this isn't the worst episode of The Simpsons? What if it's the most honest one? Let's go through it. Springfield Elementary holds an event honoring Principal Seymour Skinner's 20 years of service to the school. The town gathers. There are speeches. It's the kind of civic ceremony that Springfield stages with its characteristic blend of mediocrity and genuine warmth. And in the middle of it, a stranger walks in. A man nobody recognizes. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner. The real Seymour Skinner. A decorated Vietnam War veteran who was captured as a prisoner of war in Southeast Asia, presumed killed in action, and who has spent years in captivity, years navigating the world after escape and return working his way back to the life that was taken from him. He survived. He came home. And he discovered that someone else had been living his life for the past 20 years. The man Springfield has known as Seymour Skinner, the nervous, mother-dominated, quietly tragic principal who has been a fixture of Springfield Elementary for 2 decades, whose relationship with his mother Agnes and his nemesis Bart and his awkward romantic history with Edna Krabappel has been a consistent thread through. The show is an imposter. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. He has no claim to the identity he's been wearing. Before Vietnam, Tamzarian was a street kid, a petty criminal with no family, no future, no identity worth keeping. He was drafted, served in the same unit as the real Skinner, and when Skinner was captured and presumed dead, Tamzarian felt the weight of it. He traveled to Springfield to deliver the news to Agnes, Skinner's mother. Agnes assumed he was her son. She needed him to be her son. She was a woman who had already lost more than she could carry, and here was this young man at her door, and her mind or her grief or her need simply placed him into the shape of the son she was mourning. And Tamzarian, who had never been needed, never been wanted, never had a family or a home or an identity that wasn't something to be escaped from, looked at the need in Agnes's face and made a choice. He became Seymour Skinner, took the name, took the history, took the mother, the hometown, the modest respectability of a life that wasn't his, and lived inside that stolen identity for 20 years. Not maliciously, not as a scheme, out of loneliness, out of the desperate human need to belong somewhere and to someone, until the real Skinner walked through the door. The truth is fully exposed. Everyone in Springfield knows. The principal is a fraud. The man who has been running their school and caring for their children and existing as a fixture of their community for 2 decades is not who he claimed to be. And the town holds a meeting. This is where the episode goes somewhere that most television was not willing to go in 1997. The meeting isn't about prosecution. It isn't about restoring the real Skinner's identity. It's about something much more fundamental. The town votes on whether to acknowledge the truth at all, and the verdict is unanimous. They vote to keep the lie. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree. The imposter is the real Skinner. The actual Seymour Skinner, the war hero, the prisoner of war, the man who survived capture and came home to find his life occupied, is tied to a railroad car and physically removed from Springfield. The judge makes it explicitly illegal to ever mention the truth again, under penalty of torture. Let that settle. A community with full knowledge of the truth, with the actual injured party standing in the room, voted to expel the truth and criminalize the speaking of it. They chose the comfortable fiction over the inconvenient reality. They chose the version of Skinner they were used to over the Skinner who actually had a claim to the name, and they made it a legal offense to remember things differently. Fans were furious. The backlash was immediate and has never fully subsided. Harry Shearer, who provides the voice for both Skinner and Burns, publicly expressed his displeasure. Critics argued that the episode destroyed Skinner's character, that everything about him, everything the audience had come to know, was retroactively revealed as fiction. His military service, his relationship with Agnes, his long, complicated dynamic with Bart, his own personality and history, and the specific shape of his regrets, all of it built on a lie. The episode is consistently ranked among the worst in the series. It's cited across decades of criticism as the moment The Simpsons stopped respecting its own continuity. But consider a different frame. The episode isn't destroying Skinner's character. It's explaining the mechanism by which Springfield works. It's showing you the process that makes every reset possible, every catastrophe that gets forgotten, every world-altering event that somehow leaves no trace by the following week, every time Springfield experiences something that should permanently alter it and then simply doesn't. Springfield has been doing exactly this for years. The episode just lets you watch it happen in real time. Consider the scale of what this town has collectively forgotten and moved on from across 36 seasons. The town has been sealed under a government dome, completely enclosed. An entire community enclosed in glass by federal order due to environmental contamination so severe that the EPA classified the town as a hazard to the surrounding region. By any realistic standard, that's not an event you wake up from and go on with your Tuesday. That's the kind of thing that defines a community's identity for generations. The year the dome came down, the years inside it, the fallout in every sense of the word. But within a season, it's gone. Nobody references it. Nobody is still processing it. The dome didn't happen in the sense that it doesn't have weight in the world of the show anymore. The town has been invaded. It has survived nuclear near misses. It has experienced environmental catastrophes. It has been attacked by various antagonists across the show's run in ways that, in any realistic community, would leave lasting damage, lasting trauma, lasting institutional memory. These things happened. The show depicts them. And then they're gone, dissolved by whatever mechanism Springfield uses to maintain its permanent present tense. Fans call this episodic storytelling, television convention, the standard approach of a show that doesn't want to spend every episode processing the consequences of the last one. The coma theory calls it a dreaming brain resetting between cycles. The radiation theory calls it the neurological effect of chronic contamination, a population whose capacity for sustained critical memory has been progressively damaged by decades of environmental exposure. But the principal and the pauper offers a fourth explanation. Springfield resets because Springfield chooses to reset. Collectively, deliberately, through a social contract that is usually unspoken but that this episode shows you, in explicit legal detail, being formally ratified. The contract says, "We will not acknowledge what happened. We will maintain the agreed-upon version of events. We will treat the comfortable fiction as truth and treat the truth as something that needs to be contained and expelled from the community. And anyone who breaks this contract, anyone who insists on the inconvenient reality, anyone who keeps talking about the dome or the three-eyed fish or the principal who wasn't the principal will be dealt with the way Springfield dealt with the real Seymour Skinner. Tied to something and removed." This isn't a cartoon exaggeration of human behavior. Small communities have been doing exactly this for as long as small communities have existed. The capacity for collective denial, for the rewriting of shared history, for the social enforcement of a preferred narrative over an accurate one, these aren't pathologies. They're documented features of how communities maintain coherence under pressure. Scandals get buried, crimes get forgotten. The version of events that the town's power structure prefers gradually becomes the version everyone agrees they remember. The people who remember it differently find themselves, one way or another, no longer part of the community. Springfield doesn't forget because its residents are stupid. Springfield forgets because remembering is dangerous. If they remembered the dome, they'd have to acknowledge the pollution. If they acknowledged the pollution, they'd have to confront the power plant. If they confronted the power plant, they'd have to challenge Burns. If they challenged Burns, the economy would collapse. If the economy collapsed, the town would die. So they don't remember, they vote not to remember. They pass legal prohibitions against remembering. And the man who shows up insisting that the memory is real gets tied to something and sent somewhere far away. The real Seymour Skinner was Springfield's canary in the coal mine. He arrived with proof that the official narrative was a lie. He had documentary evidence. He had the testimony of multiple witnesses. He had, in the most literal possible sense, a claim that was irrefutable. And the town's response wasn't gratitude. It wasn't correction. It was exile. The Principal and the Pauper isn't the worst episode of The Simpsons. It's the most structurally honest one. It's the only episode that doesn't just show you what Springfield does, it shows you how Springfield does it. The machinery, the process, the vote, the decree, the rope, and the departing railroad car carrying away the last honest man in a town that made honesty illegal. And if the coma theory holds even partial weight, this episode carries a darkness that goes several layers deeper. If everything since 1993 is Homer's dream, then Homer's unconscious mind constructed a scenario in which an entire town votes to sustain a lie, because that's what Homer needs to believe. He needs to believe that lies can be maintained indefinitely, that stolen identities can become real through collective agreement, that the version of life that exists in the dream can stand in permanently for the real one, and the town will vote to keep it, and anyone who shows up trying to end the dream will be expelled. Because that's what Homer's coma is. A fake life replacing a real one, a dream maintaining itself against the pull of waking. And as long as Springfield keeps voting to sustain the fiction, Homer doesn't have to face what's outside it. The Principal and the Pauper shows you the infrastructure of Springfield's denial, the machinery that keeps every reset running, the social contract that allows a town of people who have been quietly poisoned to get up every morning and not ask why their fish have extra eyes and their children were born yellow. Armin Tamzarian is still pretending to be Seymour Skinner. Springfield is still pretending everything is fine. And the real Seymour Skinner is still out there somewhere, tied to a train, exiled from his own life. The last honest man in a town that made honesty a punishable offense. Section 6. The Silent One. Maggie Simpson doesn't talk. She doesn't walk reliably. She communicates primarily through pacifier sounds, pointed stares, and the occasional gesture that her family either misses entirely or dismisses as random infant behavior. She is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. And in that time, without saying a word, without developing language in any meaningful way, without once standing up and announcing herself to the room, Maggie Simpson has accomplished more than every other member of her family combined. She shot a billionaire. She led a daycare rebellion against an authoritarian caretaker. She saved her family from multiple life-threatening situations across various episodes. She demonstrated problem-solving abilities that exceed those of adults 3 times her age. She was tested, the show shows this in passing, treating it as a quick joke, and found to possess intelligence that the tests couldn't properly measure. She consistently solves problems that stump the adults around her. She saves the day repeatedly in ways that nobody notices because nobody is watching the baby. And she has never, in 36 years of episodes, said a second word. Let's start with the shooting, because it's the thing everyone associates with Maggie, and because revisiting it from her perspective rather than Burns's reveals something that the official narrative glosses over. We've already been through the evidence in the Burns investigation. We've examined the reasons to doubt the official answer. But set aside the question of whether Maggie actually did it. Focus instead on what the aftermath reveals about who Maggie Simpson is. A baby was identified as the person who shot the richest man in Springfield. The police investigated. Evidence was examined. The official conclusion, delivered by the chief of police, was, yes, this infant committed an act of targeted violence against an adult man, and there is nothing anyone can do about it because she cannot be prosecuted. And then, once everyone has left the room, once Maggie is alone and the cameras linger on her, she looks around, slowly, carefully. She checks her surroundings with the deliberate thoroughness of someone making sure they're not observed. And then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics pulling a trigger. That sequence of actions isn't reflexive. It isn't random infant movement. To perform that sequence, check the room. Confirm you're alone, then and only then perform the gesture requires a specific kind of cognitive processing. Situational awareness. Understanding that the gesture has significance. Understanding that performing it in front of others would have consequences. Memory of the original event that the gesture references, and the judgment to know when it's safe to reference it. Those are not traits associated with infants. Those are traits associated with someone who understands exactly what they're doing and has decided that secrecy is the optimal strategy. Now consider The Longest Daycare, a theatrical short film released in 2012, screened in cinemas, nominated for an Academy Award, 7 minutes long. And in those 7 minutes, Maggie Simpson demonstrates a level of cognitive sophistication that would be remarkable in an adult, let alone a baby who can't reliably walk across a room without falling. The premise is simple on the surface. Maggie is dropped off at the Ayn Rand School for Tots. Inside, she encounters a caterpillar she wants to protect. Another baby Gerald, the recurring infant antagonist, wants to destroy it. What follows is a miniature action narrative in which Maggie outwits the bully, circumvents the facility's staff, overcomes the security systems, and successfully saves the butterfly and releases it to freedom. She does all of this without speaking a word. She reads the environment, identifies the threats, develops a strategy, improvises when the strategy meets obstacles, executes a multi-step plan that requires precise timing, spatial awareness, and the ability to accurately model and predict other people's behavior. She anticipates what the bully will do and positions herself to counter it. She understands the institutional logic of the facility well enough to identify and exploit its blind spots. And her body keeps failing her. She falls, she stumbles, she crawls when she'd need to run if she were older. Her physical development is that of a 1-year-old because she is, biologically, 1-year-old. But her decision-making is flawless throughout. Every choice she makes is the correct choice. Every move is optimized for the outcome she wants. She is operating at a cognitive level that her physical body cannot support. And she succeeds anyway, because the gap between her intelligence and her motor skills is large enough that her intelligence can compensate for everything her body can't do. The show has tested Maggie's intelligence directly in multiple episodes. The results vary, but the implication is consistent. Maggie's cognitive ability registers as extraordinary. Beyond what the tests are designed to measure, the show plays this for quick jokes, a passing gag, a beat that gets a laugh and then disappears, but the pattern across the entire series is unmistakable. Maggie consistently demonstrates abilities that no 1-year-old should have, and the family consistently fails to notice. They're too occupied with Homer's disasters, Bart's provocations, and Lisa's crusades to pay sustained attention to what the baby is doing in the background. She operates in the margins of their attention. She accomplishes things in the spaces they're not looking at, and she has maintained this arrangement, this strategic invisibility, for 36 years. Now consider the silence. Her first word was "Daddy," voiced by Elizabeth Taylor in what amounted to a cameo. It happened once, was noted as significant, and was never repeated. Maggie has not developed language in any functional sense across the entirety of the show's run. She's surrounded by some of the most consistently verbal people the show has ever depicted. Homer, who never stops reacting, Marge, who never stops worrying aloud, Bart, who never stops provoking, Lisa, who never stops lecturing. The Simpson household is a continuous wall of noise, of opinion, of expression, and Maggie sits in the middle of it in complete silence, watching, listening, processing. Most interpretations of Maggie's silence treat it as developmental. She's a baby. Babies don't talk. The show needs her to remain a baby for narrative reasons, so she doesn't develop speech, cartoon logic. But the theory that makes everything about Maggie click into a different shape is this. The silence isn't developmental. It's a strategic decision made by a mind intelligent enough to understand the value of not being noticed. Look at what happens to the intelligent women in this family. Lisa Simpson is brilliant. Lisa is a genius. Her IQ places her in a category that most of Springfield's adults can't approach. She is, by any measurable standard, the most cognitively gifted member of the household and among the most gifted characters in the entire show. And what has that intelligence gotten her? Isolation, mockery, consistent dismissal by the community around her. Lisa speaks up and gets ignored. She challenges authority and gets punished. She brings evidence and receives resistance. She is the smartest person in every room she enters, and the rooms respond to her by making very sure she knows how little that matters. Lisa's intelligence is her most defining quality and the primary source of her suffering. Because she wears it externally, she announces it. She brings it into every situation as her leading quality, and then cannot understand why people who don't want to be challenged react to being challenged. Maggie has been watching this happen her entire life. She was born into a house where the most intelligent person is consistently the most isolated person, where being visibly smart is a social liability, where Springfield punishes insight and rewards compliance, where the system, from the power plant to the school to the civic institutions, is specifically calibrated to keep people operating below the level at which they might start asking uncomfortable questions. Maggie watched Lisa fight every day for recognition. She watched what it cost. She watched the most capable person in the family spend her entire childhood trying to be seen by a world that consistently looked away. And Maggie learned the opposite lesson. Silence is power. Invisibility is armor. The less they notice you, the more you can accomplish. Every time Maggie does something remarkable, shoots a man, leads a rebellion, saves someone's life, solves a problem that baffled everyone around her, what happens? The family doesn't notice, the community doesn't notice. The investigation into the Burns shooting focused on every adult suspect before settling on the baby. The daycare rebellion worked because nobody monitors infants closely enough to see them organizing. Every heroic act Maggie has ever performed happened in the spaces where nobody was paying attention. And Maggie has spent 36 years ensuring that those spaces exist by maintaining the most effective disguise available to her, pretending to be exactly what everyone expects a 1-year-old to be: quiet. Passive, helpless, dependent. She is none of those things. She is the opposite of all of them. She is, by any honest assessment, the most capable member of the Simpson family, and she has invested 36 years of cognitive energy into making sure nobody figures that out. Now fold in the radiation theory. If Springfield's contaminated environment produces mutations, and if those mutations affect each resident differently based on some combination of genetics, dosage, and biological predisposition, then Maggie represents the extreme end of a spectrum that Homer anchors at the other end. Homer's mutation reduced his intelligence to clinical disability. Maggie's mutation supercharged hers to a level that standardized testing can't properly quantify. Same environmental cause, same family, sharing the same genetics, drinking the same water, breathing the same air, but where the father's cognitive function was catastrophically diminished, the daughter's was amplified beyond normal range. Homer and Maggie are what happens when the same variable, the radiation pouring from Burns's plant into Springfield's water table, interacts with two different biological templates. He is what happens when the mutation takes something away. She is what happens when the mutation gives something extraordinary. And if the coma theory holds, Maggie's genius takes on a dimension that shifts it from disturbing to devastating. If Homer is dreaming, if the Springfield of the last 32 years is the unconscious generation of a man lying in a hospital bed, unable to see his children grow, then Maggie's extraordinary intelligence is Homer's deepest hope projected onto the dream. He can't see her develop. He can't watch her take her first steps, or hear her first sentences, or learn what kind of person she becomes. He went under when she was 1 year old, and she has been 1 year old ever since in his dream, which means he will never know who she grows into. So the dream makes her extraordinary. It gives her an intelligence that transcends her age, abilities that no real baby possesses, a capacity to protect herself and others that allows Homer's unconscious mind to believe, to need to believe, that she will be all right even without him there, that she doesn't need him to protect her, that she was born with something that will protect her on her own. Maggie's genius, in the coma reading, isn't a mutation, it's a prayer. It's a father's unconscious mind building the strongest possible version of the child he can't reach, so that the part of him that loves her can rest. But back in Springfield, in the waking world, if there still is one, there's a darker reading. Maggie doesn't speak because speaking gets you nothing in this town. She doesn't reveal her intelligence because intelligence is punished here, because the town's entire social architecture depends on a population that doesn't think too carefully about its circumstances. She watches everything, remembers everything, understands everything, and she waits. For what? The show never says. Maggie's endgame is the last truly unsolved mystery of the Simpson family. She's the only character whose future remains completely unknown, because the show has never given us a flash forward that stays. We've seen glimpses of what Lisa becomes. We've seen Bart's trajectory. But Maggie's future is a blank, a silent space where the show refuses to look. We've seen her shoot a man. We've seen her command a room full of infants. We've seen her solve problems that stopped adults cold. We've seen her save her family from physical danger more times than the family is aware. And through all of it, she has maintained the silence, the stillness, the blank-eyed patience of someone who has decided that the moment for revealing herself has not yet arrived. Maggie Simpson is 1 year old. She cannot walk without falling. She communicates in sounds that her family doesn't fully interpret, and she is, without question, the most strategically capable person on Evergreen Terrace. She's just decided not to do anything about it yet, and that might be the most unsettling thing about her. Not what she's done, what she hasn't done, what she's watching for, what she's holding in reserve behind 36 years of practiced helplessness and strategic silence. When Maggie decides to move, when she finally breaks that silence and reveals what she's been carrying all this time, Springfield won't see it coming, because that's exactly how she designed it. That was always the plan. Wait, watch, be underestimated by everyone, completely and consistently, for as long as it takes, and then act. Nobody suspects the baby. Maggie has spent 36 years making absolutely certain of that. Section 7. The Predictions. In the year 2000, The Simpsons aired an episode called Bart to the Future. It depicted a future version of Springfield in which Lisa Simpson had become the first female president of the United States. In that same episode, the incoming president receives a briefing about the nation's economy and mentions, in passing, that the previous occupant of the Oval Office was a man named Donald Trump. The episode aired 16 years before Trump won the 2016 election. When it happened, when the election results came in and the internet remembered this episode, the reaction was a specific kind of collective disorientation. People who hadn't thought about The Simpsons in years were suddenly sharing screenshots. The show's name was trending in ways it hadn't trended in a decade. The question that everyone kept asking was, how did they know? And that question opened a door that hasn't really closed since. Because Bart to the Future isn't the only one. It isn't even close to the only one. The list of Simpsons predictions, moments where the show depicted something that hadn't happened yet, and then it happened, is long enough and strange enough that it has generated its own cottage industry of compilation videos, academic papers, documentary segments, and breathless social media posts. The predictions have become, in some sense, more famous than the show itself. More people know about the Simpsons prediction phenomenon than have seen most of the episodes that contain the predictions. Let's go through some of the ones that carry the most weight. In 1995, an episode depicted a character using a device strapped to their wrist to communicate and access information. The design of the device, small, wearable screen on the wrist, bears a strong resemblance to what we would now call a smartwatch, which wouldn't become a mainstream consumer product until Apple released the Apple Watch in 2015. 20 years between the joke and the technology. In 1994, Homer goes to space aboard a shuttle, alongside Buzz Aldrin. At the time, commercial space travel was firmly in the realm of science fiction, the exclusive domain of government agencies and military programs. The idea of ordinary civilians, or even famous ordinary civilians going to space, was a joke premise, an absurdist premise. Decades later, commercial space tourism became real. Civilians went to space. It still has the quality of a joke premise, but it's real. In 1998, Homer discovers a complex mathematical equation on a blackboard. The equation, according to analysis by actual mathematicians who looked at it after the fact, appears to predict the mass of the Higgs boson particle. The Higgs boson, the so-called God particle, wouldn't be experimentally confirmed until 2012, 14 years after the equation appeared on a Simpsons blackboard. When CERN announced the confirmation, physicists who happened to be Simpsons fans noticed the connection and brought it to wider attention. In 1999, Homer develops a theory that the universe is shaped like a donut. He calls it a torus universe. Years later, researchers analyzing patterns in cosmic background radiation found evidence suggesting that the universe might in fact be torus-shaped, which would mean its overall geometry is essentially that of a donut. The universe's shape is still an open cosmological question. Homer Simpson proposed one of the serious candidate answers in 1999 as a bit. In 1993, a Simpsons episode depicted a flu virus originating in Asia that spreads internationally, reaching Springfield and causing mass panic buying, and a frantic scramble for treatment. The episode aired 27 years before COVID-19. During the fictional outbreak in the episode, the panicked townspeople accidentally release a swarm of killer bees which felt like something entirely else when Asian giant hornets, branded murder hornets by the media, showed up in North America during the actual 2020 pandemic. In 1996, an episode featured a joke in which the hip-hop group Cypress Hill accidentally booked the London Symphony Orchestra while under the influence of something. The joke was that these two things, an iconic hip-hop act and a storied classical orchestra, were the most unlikely possible pairing. In 2024, 28 years after the joke aired, Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall in London. The actual event happened. The punchline of a 1996 Simpsons joke became a real concert. In 1998, a brief gag in an episode depicted a media conglomerate swallowing another major entertainment company. The companies depicted bore enough resemblance to Disney and 20th Century Fox that when Disney actually acquired Fox in 2019, the screenshots circulated immediately. The acquisition was worth $71 billion. The Simpsons called it 21 years earlier as a throwaway joke. The cumulative effect of this list is difficult to explain away. Each individual instance can be dismissed as coincidence or extrapolation. The list together creates a pattern that feels like something more than the sum of its parts. But here's what the people who actually made these episodes say about it. Al Jean, executive producer for much of the show's run, has addressed the prediction phenomenon directly and at length. His explanation is blunt and unglamorous. If you throw enough darts, some of them will hit the bullseye. The Simpsons has produced nearly 800 episodes across 36 years. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, cultural observations, satirical extrapolations, and speculative gags about where technology and society might be headed. When you generate that volume of content over that length of time, some portion of it will, through statistical probability, align with events that happen later. Not because the writers have special knowledge, because they have large numbers. Bill Oakley, who ran the show during several of its peak seasons, said something similar with slightly different emphasis. Most of what gets called a prediction is really just coincidence, he noted, because the episodes are old enough that history repeats the themes they were satirizing. The specific details differ. The underlying dynamics tend to rhyme. Fact-checking organizations have worked through many of the most famous claims systematically and found that most of them have explanations that don't require prophecy. The Trump prediction didn't come from nowhere. Trump had been publicly flirting with presidential ambitions since the late 1980s. By 2000, the idea of a Trump candidacy was already a cultural presence that the show was engaging with satirically. The Disney-Fox prediction wasn't clairvoyance media consolidation, was an accelerating and visible trend, and depicting a mega-corporation absorbing competitors was a natural satirical extrapolation of that trend. The smartwatch wasn't prediction. Wearable technology was already being developed and discussed in tech circles. The show imagined one possible direction that technology might go. The framework here is important. The Simpsons writing staff has, historically, been among the most educated in American television. Significant numbers of writers hold advanced degrees from elite institutions. Several have backgrounds in mathematics, hard sciences, computer science, and political theory. These are people whose professional work involves reading the present carefully, identifying which way things are moving, what the logical extensions of current trends might be, where the absurd but inevitable endpoint of observable patterns lies. They're not predicting, they're observing and extrapolating, and they're doing it with unusual precision. And then there's confirmation bias. The Simpsons has made thousands of predictions that didn't come true. Jokes about jetpacks and moon colonies and technological developments that never materialized. Satirical observations about political trajectories that went differently. Cultural commentary about shifts that didn't happen the way the show imagined. Nobody shares these. Nobody compiles them into YouTube videos. Nobody brings them up when discussing the show's predictive record. The human mind selects for confirming evidence and discards disconfirming evidence. And when you apply that to a database of 800 episodes, you end up with a highlight reel that looks, from the outside, like prophecy. The misses disappear, the hits compound, and the impression created is of a show that somehow knows what's coming. But here is where the analysis gets genuinely interesting, because the debunking explains most of the predictions without fully accounting for all of them. Some of the coincidences are specific enough, precise enough in their detail, accurate enough in their particulars that statistical probability starts to feel insufficient as an explanation. The Trump prediction didn't just forecast celebrity politics, it specified Trump by name. It showed him descending an escalator, a visual that echoes, with uncomfortable precision, the famous escalator descent Trump made at Trump Tower when he announced his 2016 campaign. That visual detail wasn't in the episode, but the broad strokes were a Trump who had descended to a point where his candidacy was the obvious, inevitable, absurd conclusion of a certain American cultural trajectory. The Siegfried and Roy episode didn't just note that performing with dangerous animals carries risk, it depicted a white tiger attacking one of the performers specifically. In 2003, Roy Horn was critically injured by one of their tigers, a white tiger during a live performance. The specific detail of the white tiger, the specific scenario of an attack during a show, makes this feel like more than trend extrapolation. These don't require explanation through conspiracy or prophecy, but they resist the clean resolution that pure statistics would provide. Which brings us to the meta-theory. The most interesting reading of the prediction phenomenon isn't that The Simpsons predicts the future, it's that The Simpsons shapes it. The show is one of the most deeply embedded pieces of American media ever produced. It has been running longer than much of its current audience has been alive. Its jokes have become part of the language. Its observations have influenced how Americans understand and process their own culture. When The Simpsons depicts something, a political outcome, a technological development, a cultural shift, that depiction enters the cultural bloodstream at scale. Millions of people see it. It becomes a reference point, a shared cultural expectation. The Trump prediction entered circulation as cultural knowledge long before 2016. People referenced it. It was a shared joke, a shared awareness. And that cultural preloading may have made the outcome feel, when it arrived, less like shock and more like recognition. We've seen this before. The show already told us this would happen. The Simpsons didn't predict the future. The Simpsons made a specific future feel familiar, feel inevitable, feel like the natural conclusion of a joke that was already in circulation. The Disney-Fox merger didn't just happen and then get recognized as a Simpsons prediction. The Simpsons joke about media consolidation had been part of the cultural landscape for 20 years by the time the merger was announced. The joke had already normalized the idea that something like this was the logical direction things were moving. When it happened, the cultural response wasn't surprise, it was recognition, of course. Obviously, The Simpsons already told us, Springfield doesn't reflect America. America, in a very specific and documentable sense, has been becoming Springfield. The show held up a mirror for 36 years, and the thing in the mirror looks more like what's outside it with each passing decade: the corrupt billionaire, the incompetent government, the population too distracted by immediate needs and cultivated amusements to examine the structures that are quietly determining the shape of their lives, the endless cycle of catastrophe and reset, the collective amnesia, the fish with 3 eyes that everyone agrees is fine. Springfield isn't a prediction of where America was heading. Springfield is a diagnosis of where America already was in 1989 when the show began. The writers wrote it down first, and then the rest of us caught up. And here is the final element that makes the prediction phenomenon permanently unsettling, even when you understand exactly how it works. Knowing the mechanism doesn't make you immune to its effect. The next time a Simpsons clip from 1997 lines up with a headline from 2026, knowing about confirmation bias and statistical probability and cultural normalization isn't going to make the alignment feel less like something. It's still going to land the same way, because even when you understand the trick, the 800 episodes, the decades, the educated writing staff, the confirmation bias engine of the internet, it's still impressive to watch. It's still a little too precise. It still makes you sit back and stare at the screen for a moment and think, they knew. They had to have known. They didn't, but they were paying attention in a way that most of us weren't. And that gap between what they saw and what the rest of us were looking at, that's the real prediction. The real prophecy, if you want to call it that, is this. A group of highly educated people read the present carefully and wrote down what they saw, and the rest of us are still catching up to it. Section 8. The Mother. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was dead. That was the established fact, the backstory, the settled piece of biographical information that explained a particular quality of Homer's personality, that specific brand of desperate neediness. that terror of abandonment, that compulsive hunger for approval from anyone willing to provide it. A boy whose mother died, a boy raised by a cold and distant father, a boy who grew up understanding, at the level where understanding happens before language, that the people you love leave. Abe Simpson had told him, shown him the grave. Homer had mourned and grown up mourning, and the grief had shaped him in the particular way that early grief shapes people, not loudly, not dramatically, but quietly and structurally in the architecture of who he became. The clinginess toward Marge, the desperation to be liked, the inability to challenge authority, to demand more, to believe that he deserved better than he had. All of it traceable, in the way that adult personalities are always traceable, to the child who woke up one morning and found that his mother had disappeared. Season 7. The episode is called Mother Simpson. It aired on the 19th of November, 1995, and it is widely considered one of the greatest episodes the show has ever produced. What happens in it is simple. Homer fakes his own death to avoid working a Saturday, a very Homer solution to a Homer problem, and when Marge insists he go to the Hall of Records to correct the error, Homer makes a discovery that the episode frames as small and administrative, and that turns out to be the most significant thing to happen to him in the show's entire run. According to the municipal records, his mother is alive. She never died. The grave Abe showed him was a real grave, but it wasn't hers. It was the grave of Walt Whitman, the poet. Abe Simpson had been showing his son a famous poet's headstone as a substitute for his wife's burial site for Homer's entire life, without once acknowledging the deception. Homer finds Mona at the cemetery. Visiting the grave she believes belongs to her son, she's heard that Homer died through whatever channels old fugitives use to track the people they've lost. She doesn't recognize him at first. He's changed. 3 decades have passed. He's become the person he became in her absence. But when he proves who he is, when mother and son stand face to face beside a headstone that belongs to neither of them, the show does something it doesn't often do. It stops being funny. The reunion is one of the most genuinely emotional moments The Simpsons has ever produced. Not because it's unusual for TV to have emotional reunions, it happens constantly, but because The Simpsons has spent 6 seasons building the specific shape of Homer's loss, the specific texture of what it does to a person to grow up believing they were the kind of son whose mother would rather die than raise. And this moment pays that build-up off in full. Then Mona tells him why she left. She was a housewife in Springfield in 1969, married to Abe, mother to young Homer. The world outside Springfield was transforming civil rights movement, Vietnam protests, the counterculture in full flower, and something about that moment found its way into Mona Simpson's ordinary life. She was radicalized, the show says. She joined a group of activists who were, in the show's framing, hippies, but whose cause was more specific and more serious than the label suggests. They targeted a biological weapons laboratory, Mr. Burns's Biological Weapons Laboratory. Burns didn't just own a nuclear power plant. He owned a facility designed for the production of weaponized biological agents, a germ warfare laboratory, in Springfield, in the same town where he would later construct a nuclear reactor with 342 safety violations. In the same community where families were raising children, where Mona Simpson was raising Homer, where the water table sits beneath all of it and the wind carries whatever gets into the air, Burns was manufacturing weapons-grade pathogens in the same Springfield where Homer Simpson was growing up. Mona's group broke into the lab. They deployed what the show describes as an antibiotic bomb, a device designed to destroy the biological agents stored inside rather than spread them. The raid succeeded. The biological agents were destroyed. During the chaos, a security guard's chronic asthma was accidentally cured by whatever was in the air during the detonation. The guard was Clancy Wiggum, who would later become Springfield's chief of police. They got out, they were escaping, and Mona made one mistake. As the group fled, someone was knocked down in the chaos. She stopped. She turned back. She stopped to help the person who had fallen. The person was Mr. Burns. She stopped to help the man whose weapons she had just destroyed, and Burns looked up and saw her face. He recognized her. He reported her to the FBI. And from the moment Mona Simpson chose compassion over self-preservation, stopped to help a man who would spend the rest of her life hunting her, she was a fugitive. She couldn't go home. She couldn't contact Abe. She couldn't call the house. She couldn't write to her son, couldn't explain, couldn't reach through the distance and tell Homer that she loved him, and that she wasn't leaving because she wanted to, and that the reasons were complicated and terrible and had nothing to do with him. She kissed him goodbye while he was sleeping, and she disappeared into the night. Homer woke up and she was gone. Abe told him she was dead. And Homer spent 3 decades of his life believing he was the kind of son whose mother chose to leave. Everything about Homer, the desperate approval-seeking, the inability to challenge authority, the bottomless terror of abandonment, the willingness to endure humiliation and mistreatment rather than risk losing the one stable thing he had managed to build, all of it is the shape that forms around a loss like that. All of it is the answer a child generates to the question, why did she leave? And the answer Homer's child mind generated, because it was the only answer available without the truth, was something wrong with me. I was not enough. I was not worth staying for. 3 decades of living inside that answer. 3 decades of Homer Simpson being the person that answer made him, and the man responsible for it, the man whose grudge, whose vindictiveness, whose decision to pursue a woman for decades over a raid on an illegal biological weapons lab created that loss. Homer works for him. Homer has worked for him for his entire adult life. Homer earns his paycheck from the man who stole his childhood, his mother, his cognitive potential, and the version of himself he might have become if she had been allowed to stay. When Mona returns to Springfield in season 7 and Burns spots her, recognizes her through a cab window, calls the authorities, sends the FBI to the door, Homer has to say goodbye to his mother for the second time. This time, he knows the truth. He knows who did it. He knows who drove her out, who kept her away, who turned a kiss goodbye into a 27-year exile. And Homer still goes back to work on Monday. He still clocks in at the plant, still sits at his workstation, still draws his paycheck from Burns's company. He doesn't connect the dots in any sustained way. He doesn't confront Burns. He doesn't quit. He doesn't seem to process, in any functional sense, the relationship between the man who employs him and the man who destroyed his family. This isn't played as a joke. It's played as the most quietly devastating thing the show has ever done. The portrait of a man so cognitively and emotionally damaged that he cannot hold the shape of his own suffering clearly enough to know what to do with it. And here is where the conspiracy, the true conspiracy that runs beneath the surface of The Simpsons like a current beneath still water, takes its full shape. Burns didn't just ruin Mona's life. He engineered Homer's. By driving Mona away when Homer was a child, by pursuing her with the resources and determination of a billionaire with a century of practice at getting what he wanted, Burns ensured that Homer would grow up emotionally damaged in a specific and useful way, desperate for approval, incapable of challenging authority, terrified of abandonment in a way that makes him stay in situations he should escape. The kind of person who is grateful for any scrap of acknowledgement from power, who interprets not being fired as a form of care, who will absorb humiliation and mistreatment and never push back because the alternative being alone, being without the structure his job provides, being abandoned again is too terrifying to risk. The perfect employee for a facility that needs its safety inspector to look the other way. The show confirms this connection in a way that most viewers miss because it arrives in a later season without fanfare. Burns and Grandpa Simpson had a deal. Burns committed a crime. Abe discovered it. In exchange for Abe's silence, Burns guaranteed Homer's employment permanent, irrevocable, protected against any number of mistakes or failures or documented incompetencies. 742 errors. Homer was never permanently let go. Not because Burns liked Homer, not because Burns couldn't find a better safety inspector, because a deal was struck decades ago between an old man who knew too much and a billionaire who needed someone to keep the violations hidden, and Homer is the living artifact of that deal. Homer's job security isn't a cartoon convenience. It's a contractual obligation that runs between his grandfather and his employer, brokered in silence, maintained in secret, and never disclosed to Homer, because disclosing it would require disclosing everything else. Homer's mother fought against Burns and lost everything. Homer's grandfather made a deal with Burns and gave away Homer's future. And Homer stands at the center of it, working the job the deal gave him, drinking the water, the plant poisons, living in the town Burns owns, too damaged to see the architecture of his own suffering, and too dependent to escape it even if he could see it. Burns didn't just take Homer's mother. He took the person Homer might have been. The episode Homer Without the Crayon makes this explicit and devastating. When the crayon is removed, Homer is brilliant. Not functional, not average, not okay, brilliant. Articulate, perceptive, capable of synthesizing information and drawing conclusions and understanding the world around him with a clarity that transforms him. He is, without the physical impediment that has been reducing his cognitive function since childhood, an extraordinary person, and he puts the crayon back. He chooses the fog. Not because he's weak, but because intelligence in Springfield is unbearable. Because seeing clearly in a town designed to prevent clear seeing is not a gift, it's a sentence. Because the version of Homer who can understand his life is the version of Homer who cannot survive it. But the choice was never really free. Homer didn't choose the fog freely. He was put in the fog as a child, by a system that needed him foggy, and then given an impossible choice between clarity that destroys him and ignorance that sustains him, and called it a free decision. Burns made sure of that when Homer was 6 years old and his mother vanished in the night. Mona Simpson died in a later season. Her death scene is one of the show's quietest moments. No fanfare, no dramatic music, no reset by the next episode's cold open. Homer sits with her. He holds her hand. He watches her slip away. The show gives them this: a man and his mother, together in the same room for what may be the last time, and the weight of 27 stolen years pressing down on everything in the silence between them. It doesn't make anything right. It doesn't close the wound that Burns opened in 1969 and kept open for decades by pursuing Mona across state lines and reporting her to federal authorities every time she surfaced. It gives Homer one thing: the ending that Burns couldn't take from him. Mona died knowing her son. Homer sat with her and held her hand. Burns took everything else. He couldn't take that, but it cost them a lifetime. 3 generations of Simpsons. Broken by one man's grudge through a chain of decisions that started with a germ warfare lab in Springfield and ended with Homer Simpson reporting to Sector 7G every day for the man who made him who he is. And Homer will never fully understand the shape of what was done to him. His brain won't allow it. His brain was never allowed to develop the capacity for that kind of understanding. Burns made sure of that when he was 6 years old. And Burns will still be alive, still getting his weekly treatment, still watching from the top of the building, long after everyone who was hurt by him has run out of time to seek any kind of accounting. Section 9. The Map. Springfield is the most famous fictional town in American history. More people can describe its geography: the nuclear plant on the edge of town, the elementary school with its perpetually broken everything, the quick E-Mart at the corner, Moe's dim and smoky tavern, the nuclear plant's cooling towers visible from almost everywhere, than can name the capital of a significant portion of real American states. It is a place that exists more vividly in the collective imagination than most places that exist on actual maps. And yet nobody can tell you where it is. Not which state, not which region, not which general direction from the nearest major city. The show has been running for 36 years, and the location of its primary setting is genuinely, demonstrably, structurally impossible to pin down. Not because the evidence is thin, the evidence is abundant. It just points in every direction simultaneously, and every time something appears to narrow the possibilities, another episode appears that contradicts it entirely. Springfield has oceanfront property. It also has mountain ranges. It has desert within driving distance and farmland in the other direction, and forests close enough to walk to, and a climate that ranges from full blizzard conditions to tropical heat waves within the span of a single season. It has borders that the show has, across various episodes, placed adjacent to Ohio, Nevada, Maine, and Kentucky. It is in the north, it is in the south, it is on the coast, it is in the heartland, it is near Canada, it is near Mexico. No real American town has this combination of features. The geographic description of Springfield, assembled from the full canon of 36 seasons, describes a place that cannot exist at any fixed coordinates on a real map. It would require compressing features that are geographically separated by thousands of miles into a single location. The show has dropped what appear to be geographic clues throughout its run, and each one gets walked back or contradicted. Lisa's area code appears to place Springfield in Missouri. The state abbreviation shown in at least one episode is NT, which doesn't correspond to any American state. In one episode, a character calling the state capital reaches a voice that identifies the state as one beginning with a vowel. This narrows it slightly. And then a subsequent episode places Springfield somewhere that definitively is not any vowel beginning state. Matt Groening, the show's creator, did once provide a definitive answer. In a 2012 interview with Smithsonian Magazine, he confirmed that he had named Springfield after Springfield, Oregon, the city near Portland where he grew up. He said he chose the name specifically because it's one of the most common city names in America, precisely so that viewers from anywhere could see Springfield as their Springfield. He even specified the state, Oregon. For approximately 48 hours, the mystery was solved. Springfield was in Oregon. Case closed. Decades of speculation resolved by the man who started it all. And then the show continued. Episodes aired after the interview that placed Springfield in geographic contexts incompatible with Oregon ocean access on the wrong coastline, climate patterns that don't match the Pacific Northwest, geographic features that Oregon doesn't have. The writers didn't acknowledge Groening's disclosure. They didn't change their approach. They just kept doing what they'd been doing. Because the mystery was never a mistake the show was trying to fix. The mystery is the show's most sophisticated joke, the one it has been sustaining and tending for 36 years, the one that requires ongoing maintenance, the one that stops being funny the moment it gets resolved. The surface-level explanation for Springfield's geographic impossibility is the one that Groening himself offered. Springfield is designed to be universal. It's every American town simultaneously. The show is built to resonate with viewers from anywhere in the country, and the most effective way to achieve that is to place the town everywhere and nowhere to make it something that viewers in Ohio and California and Florida and Montana all recognize as their own community, their own Main Street, their own particular flavor of small American city. This is true. It's the intentional design philosophy, confirmed by multiple people involved in making the show. Springfield's universality is the point, but there's another layer. And under the lens of the theories that have been accumulating across this narrative, the geographic impossibility takes on a different character. If the radiation theory is correct, if the power plant has been mutating Springfield's biology for decades, why should the mutation be limited to biology? If the contamination has altered the physical structure of the people living in the town, altered them in ways that make them visibly different from humans living elsewhere, why would the contamination stop at biology? Perhaps the radiation has done something to the physical space itself. Perhaps the space around Springfield has been warped, compressed, restructured by decades of contaminated runoff and atmospheric radiation, folding geographical features that should be hundreds of miles apart into a single impossible region. The mountains and the oceans and the deserts aren't coincidentally close together. They've been pulled together by the same force that gave Homer his impossible skull and gave Blinky his third eye. If the coma theory is correct, if Springfield is the product of Homer's dreaming mind, assembled from fragments of memory and ambient input over 3 decades of unconsciousness, then the geographic impossibility is exactly what you'd expect. Homer's brain doesn't have a precise cartographic map of America in its unconscious architecture. It has impressions, emotional associations, fragments of every place he ever visited, passed through, saw on television, or experienced during the years before the coma took him under. Mountains from a vacation he once took, ocean from a commercial he saw, desert from a movie, farmland from driving somewhere as a child, watching the landscape roll past the car window. His dreaming mind assembled Springfield from all of it, stacking and overlapping without regard for geographic logic, because the logic Homer's dream obeys isn't spatial. It's emotional. It's whatever arrangement of features produces the feeling of home. And home, in Homer's experience, had all of these things adjacent and available. Because home is not a geographic fact, it's an affective state. And affective states don't follow maps. And if the principle and the pauper theory holds, if Springfield maintains its impossible reality through collective denial and the systematic suppression of inconvenient truths, then the geographic uncertainty serves a specific and practical function that goes beyond aesthetics. You can't investigate a town you can't find. You can't bring federal charges against a nuclear facility if the state it's located in changes between episodes. You can't maintain consistent regulatory oversight of a power plant that might be in Ohio or Nevada or Maine, depending on which episode you're watching. You can't hold anyone accountable for the three-eyed fish or the cracked cooling towers or the biological weapons lab if the jurisdiction is perpetually undefined. Springfield floats between states because floating is safer than landing. Landing means coordinates. Coordinates mean accountability. Accountability means someone shows up with a map and a badge and authority that doesn't shift when the episode changes. The geographic uncertainty isn't just a comedy device. It's a legal defense. A town with no fixed location has no fixed regulatory authority, no consistent EPA jurisdiction, no permanent state attorney general whose office extends to the environmental catastrophe being managed inside those cooling towers. Springfield floats because the man who owns it has spent over a century understanding that the best way to avoid consequences is to make it impossible for anyone to clearly establish who has the authority to impose them. In the episode Behind the Laughter, the season 12 mockumentary about the Simpsons as a real television family, the show's location is finally, definitively provided. Springfield is in northern Kentucky. Except that in syndicated reruns, the location given in the episode was changed to a different state. The show gave you the truth and then changed the truth depending on the platform. Even when Springfield has a fixed answer, the answer isn't fixed. It shifts. It changes depending on which version you're watching. The truth of Springfield's location is not a stable object. It's a variable that adjusts itself to whatever configuration creates the most comfortable ambiguity. Every state in the Union has been proposed as Springfield's home at some point in the decades of fan analysis. Every theory has evidence. Every theory has contradictions. The show has maintained this state of deliberate, managed ambiguity for longer than most viewers have been alive, and it has done so not through oversight or inconsistency but through what appears, from the inside, to be a sustained and intentional commitment to geographic irresolvability. Springfield will never be located. Not because the show hasn't decided. The show decided long ago that a town everyone can claim is more useful than a town that belongs to one region. A town that floats between jurisdictions can't be shut down by any one of them. A town that everyone recognizes is a town nobody can take away. And in a universe where Burns has been poisoning the water for 60 years, where Homer's mother was made a fugitive for exposing the biological weapons lab, where the local government has already proven its willingness to criminalize truth and exile anyone who insists on it, the last protection Springfield has may simply be this. If you can't find it on a map, you can't hold it accountable for what's happening inside it. Section 10. The Loop. Bart Simpson was 10 years old in December 1989. He is 10 years old right now. Lisa was 8 then. She is 8 now. Maggie was 1 year old on the day the show debuted. She is still 1 year old. Homer and Marge were somewhere in their mid-30s. They still are, with no visible change, no accumulated years in their faces or their bodies, no sense that any time has passed at all. 36 years have passed in the world outside the television. 0 years have passed in Springfield. The industry term for this is the floating timeline. It's a standard production approach for long-running animated shows. The present is always the viewer's present, the characters are always their established ages, and the backstory reshapes itself as needed to maintain the illusion that these characters are living in the same moment as the audience watching them. The year changes. The technology changes. The references change. The characters don't. Most audiences accept this without friction. It's just how The Simpsons works. It's how most animated shows work. You don't watch The Simpsons expecting the characters to age. The non-aging is part of the contract, part of the implicit understanding between the show and its audience. But The Simpsons has been running long enough that the floating timeline has started to crack under the weight of its own contradictions. The show has been floating for so long that the float has become something strange and destabilizing, something that starts to look less like a production convention and more like a symptom of something wrong with Springfield itself. The most obvious pressure point is the backstory. When the show began, Homer and Marge's history was grounded in the late 1970s and early 1980s. They met in high school. Their courtship was embedded in a specific cultural moment, the music, the fashion, the social anxieties of that era. The show depicted their past with the kind of specific period detail that places a story firmly in time and gives its characters a particular texture of experience. But the floating timeline means that if Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2025, they can't have met in 1980. If they're mid-30s now, they met in approximately 2005. Their high school experience wasn't defined by the 1970s. It was defined by something else entirely different cultural context, different music, different technology, different historical events, forming the background of their adolescence. The show has addressed this shift explicitly in multiple flashback episodes across different seasons. The backstory has been retold and revised. In one version, Homer and Marge's formative years are set in one decade. In a later version, a different decade. Then another. Their origin story has been produced in at least 4 distinct versions, each placing their courtship in a different era, each adjusting the period details to fit wherever the floating timeline has drifted. They were young adults in the 1970s, then the 1980s, then the 1990s, then the 2000s. The emotional core stays the same. They met, they fell in love, they built a life, but the historical context around it keeps shifting because the timeline demands it. This means Homer and Marge don't have a fixed past. Their history is a working document, perpetually under revision. Their memories are unstable. The specific facts of how their life together began exist in a state of permanent uncertainty, rewritten every few years to accommodate the timeline's drift, discarded without ceremony when the next revision is needed. Every theory we've examined arrives at this single point through a different route, but they all arrive here. The coma theory says the characters don't age because they exist inside the frozen mind of an unconscious man Homer went under in 1993, and his dreaming mind can only reproduce the world as it existed on the day he lost consciousness. The radiation theory says the aging process has been disrupted at the cellular level by decades of nuclear contamination, that the mutations running through Springfield's population have altered biology in ways that include, among other effects, a dramatically extended biological stasis. The principal and the pauper theory says Springfield collectively refuses to acknowledge the passage of time, the same way it collectively refuses to acknowledge everything else that threatens the stability of the preferred narrative, and the refusal is enforced through the same social mechanisms it enforces everything else. The Burns immortality theory suggests that at least one person in Springfield has found a way to cheat the normal progression of biological time through technology and resources, which means that the concept of aging is already negotiable in this universe, already subject to override by the right combination of money and chemistry. The prediction theory suggests The Simpsons exists in a feedback loop with American culture so tight that the distinction between depicting the present and depicting the future has become blurred, which is another way of saying that time in Springfield doesn't move in one direction. All of these theories are saying the same thing in different registers. Something about Springfield broke the normal flow of time, whether it's the radiation, the coma, the collective denial, the billionaire's medical infrastructure, or some combination of all 4 working together, whatever the cause, the effect is the same. Time stopped. The characters are frozen, the world keeps moving, and Springfield stays exactly where it was. And here is where the floating timeline becomes something more than a production convention. Here is where it becomes a statement about what this show is and what it means that we've been watching it for 36 years. The Simpsons has imagined its characters aging. It has done this multiple times. The season 6 episode, Lisa's Wedding, flashes forward to show Lisa at 23, engaged to be married, living a version of the adult life the show has always implied she would build. The future depicted is specific and emotionally precise, Lisa, as the person the show has spent years suggesting she'd become. Intelligent, principled, a little lonely, searching for connection in a world that understands her better than Springfield did, but still not completely. The episode proves that the show can imagine its characters as adults. It can hold them as grown people and tell their stories. It chooses not to. The flash forward is a single episode, a glimpse through a window that closes immediately. Lisa returns to being 8. Bart returns to being 10. The future is locked away and the permanent present resumes. The show can imagine growth. It refuses to allow it. There are practical reasons for this refusal, and they're worth acknowledging. A show about The Simpsons in which Bart goes to college and Lisa moves away and Homer retires is a fundamentally different show, a show with a defined endpoint, a show that is moving toward its own conclusion rather than sustaining itself indefinitely. The floating timeline is what allows The Simpsons to continue. The non-aging is the engine of its longevity. But the floating timeline is also a mirror of something that exists outside the show. The Simpsons is, by any reasonable measure, the definitive American family of the television age. No fictional household has occupied the cultural space these five people have occupied for as long as they've occupied it. They've been the American family for longer than most of their current audience has been alive. They are, in a very real cultural sense, ours. The specific image of this family: Homer on the couch, Marge in the kitchen, Bart on his skateboard, Lisa with her saxophone, Maggie with her pacifier, is as deeply embedded in American visual culture as anything from the last 50 years. And the American family, The Simpsons argues, is not allowed to change. Homer must always be mid-30s and overwhelmed. Marge must always be patient and slightly submerged. Bart must always be rebellious and fundamentally good. Lisa must always be brilliant and frustrated. Maggie must always be watching, waiting, silent. The dynamic must be preserved. The structure must hold. Because the moment the Simpson family ages, the moment Bart turns 18, and Lisa turns 16, and Maggie says her second word, and Homer retires, and Marge is left in a house that's too quiet, the show isn't a comedy anymore. It's an elegy. It's the story of a family that ran out of time, and all the things that didn't get said before they did. And America, as a cultural entity, doesn't want that story. America wants the version where the kids are always young, where the family is always intact, where the house on Evergreen Terrace always has its lights on, and the couch is always warm, and the credits always roll, and everything resets, and next Sunday it all starts over again, exactly the same. The floating timeline isn't a production convenience, it's a wish. It's the audience's wish, given form through the show's structural decision to never let these characters move forward in time. The Simpsons are frozen because we need them to be. They represent something we can't afford to let go of: the messy, loud, dysfunctional, indestructible American family. The family that survives every disaster and resets after every catastrophe and comes back on Sunday night exactly as they were before. And every time we watch, every time we laugh at a joke from 1997 or share a clip from season 4 or quote a line that was written before most of us were old enough to understand it, we tighten the loop a little. We reinforce the freeze. We make the reset a little more permanent. The characters are trapped in Springfield's loop, but the loop exists because we maintain it. We pressed pause in 1989, and we never pressed play. And now 36 years have passed, and the family is still on the couch, and Bart is still 10, and the show that started the year the Berlin Wall came down is still running, and we're still watching. Maybe because they're the family we grew up with. Maybe because Springfield is the town we always half believed we lived in. Maybe because Homer is something in us we recognize and are grateful to laugh at from a safe distance, and Marge is something we aspire to, and Bart is who we wanted to be, and Lisa is who we should have been, and Maggie is the version of ourselves we keep hidden, watching everything, saying nothing, waiting for the right moment that never quite arrives. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe we keep watching because letting go means admitting that 36 years have passed, that we're older now, that the couch we sat on as children watching the opening credits is gone, or reupholstered, or in someone else's house, or dissolving in a landfill somewhere. And as long as The Simpsons is on, as long as the loop keeps floating, as long as Bart is 10 and Lisa is 8, and Homer is stumbling through the door after another day at the plant, we don't have to admit any of that. We can sit down, we can turn on the television, we can go home to Evergreen Terrace, to Springfield, to the family that never changes, in the town that never ages, in the show that never ends. The loop isn't their prison, it's ours. We built it, we maintain it. We tune in every week to confirm that the walls are still standing and the family is still there. And every theory we've examined, every dark corner we've walked through, every thread we've pulled until the pattern underneath came clear, it all leads back to this. To the choice we make, every time we press play, to step back inside the loop and stay. Springfield doesn't end. It can't. The show has no conclusion because we haven't let it reach one. The family stays young because aging means ending. And ending means saying goodbye, and we aren't ready for that. We never will be. Section 11. The Quiet Horrors. There are 2 more stories that deserve to be told before Springfield fades and the night settles fully in. They're smaller stories than the ones we've been through, no grand unified theories, no conspiracies that span generations. Just two characters, seen clearly, and what their stories say about the town they live in. The first is a man you've seen hundreds of times. You probably know his face better than you know the faces of people you went to school with. You have almost certainly laughed at him. His name is Hans Mollman. He's small. He's old profoundly, architecturally old. The kind of old that suggests the body has been negotiating with time for so long that it has simply reached an accommodation. He wears thick glasses that reduce his eyes to tiny squinting points. He moves with the careful tentativeness of someone who has learned, through repeated and unambiguous experience, that the world contains more hazards than it appears to. He is, by conservative estimate, the most frequently killed character in the history of American animation. Hans Mollman has been hit by cars, crushed by objects, buried alive, eaten by animals, struck by lightning, incinerated. He has walked into traffic and disappeared under the wheels. He has fallen from heights that no one could survive. He has been subjected to nearly every form of physical destruction The Simpsons has ever depicted across regular canonical episodes, not Treehouse of Horror specials, not dream sequences, not episodes explicitly marked as non-canonical. Standard episodes, Springfield going about its business, and somewhere in the background or the foreground of the action, Hans Mollman dies. And then he appears in the next episode, completely intact, no explanation, no resurrection scene, no acknowledgement that he was dead 2 episodes ago. He simply exists again, ready for the next incident. Most people who have watched The Simpsons accept this as a running gag. Mollman dies a lot. It's funny. The joke is in the repetition, in the escalating implausibility, in the show's complete refusal to acknowledge the obvious strangeness of a man who cannot stay dead. But here's the detail that changes things. Mollman once stated his age as 31 years old. 31. Look at him. He appears to be in his 80s at minimum. He moves like someone whose body has been through considerably more than 3 decades of existence. He has the bearing and the wear of a very, very old man. And he says he is 31. Either he's lying and there's genuinely no reason within the show to believe he would lie about his age, or something happened to Hans Mollman that compressed 40 or 50 years of physical aging into what should have been a young man's life. Something took a man who should be in his prime and turned him into a figure who looks like he's running on borrowed time, who looks like he has already outlasted several normal lifespans, who looks like the wear of existence has been accumulating in him faster than in anyone around him, and simultaneously made him unable to stay dead. These two facts, the catastrophic premature aging and the apparent biological immortality through death and return, are not unrelated if you apply the radiation theory. The same contamination that might supercharge Maggie's cognition and alter Homer's healing might do something entirely different to a body less equipped to manage the exposure. It might accelerate aging catastrophically. It might restructure cellular biology at the level of death and recovery, not preventing the dying, but enabling the return. Not indestructibility, but something stranger, the capacity to reconstitute after fatal damage. The town around Mollman has normalized his deaths the way it normalizes everything else. The three-eyed fish, the billionaire who glows, the principal who wasn't the principal, the baby who shot a man. All of it accepted, categorized as local color, filed under just how things are around here. Hans Mollman dies every few weeks and shows up again, and Springfield shrugs. If the collective denial mechanism is operational, if the social contract that the principal and the pauper made explicit is actively maintained, then Mollman's death cycle is simply another thing the community has agreed not to examine. You see him fall. You don't investigate. You don't call for an inquiry. You go about your day, and the next time you see him, you don't ask where he's been. In the coma reading, Mollman is something bleaker than a mutated survivor. He's a background process. A minor character that Homer's dreaming mind generates to populate scenes, maintains inconsistently, occasionally lets lapse, and then restores because the dream needs someone in that role. He dies because the dream stopped paying attention to him. He comes back because the dream remembered it needed him. He doesn't have continuity the way Homer has continuity, the way Marge and Bart and Lisa have continuity, because Homer's unconscious investment in Hans Mollman is minimal. He's furniture. The dream breaks the furniture occasionally and reassembles it when the room requires a chair. This is its own kind of horror. Not the spectacular horror of the radiation theory's mutants or the existential horror of the coma theory's imprisoned mind. The quiet horror of a character whose existence is so peripheral, whose presence is so instrumentalized, that the dream doesn't track whether he's alive or dead from scene to scene. Hans Moleman is 31 years old and has died more times than anyone has counted. And Springfield keeps moving, and nobody asks, and the show keeps putting him back in the scene, and eventually you stop noticing. Now, Ned Flanders. Everything about Ned Flanders reads, on the surface, as a specific kind of television joke. He's the foil, the contrast. The neighbor whose life is better than Homer's, in every measurable dimension fitter, calmer, more financially responsible, more devoutly spiritual, better at the thousand small acts of decency and generosity that constitute a good neighbor so that Homer's chaotic, impulsive, lovable disaster of a life can be rendered funnier by contrast. Ned is the straight man. Ned is the measuring stick. Ned is what Homer isn't, and the gap between them is where a significant portion of the show's comedy lives. But watch the show with Ned's life rather than Homer's as the center of your attention, and a different story emerges. A story that the show has been telling very quietly for 36 years, mostly in the margins, mostly in the moments that don't get the big laughs, and that accumulates into something genuinely difficult to sit with. Ned's wife died because of Homer. Maud Flanders' death is one of the show's most significant off-screen tragedies, significant not because the show dwells on it, but because of its cause. At a Springfield Speedway event, a t-shirt cannon misfired. The t-shirts were aimed at Homer, who dodged them. They hit Maud instead. She fell from the bleachers. She died. Homer's reflexive self-preservation, his purely instinctive, unthinking avoidance of a harmless promotional projectile, killed his neighbor's wife. Not through malice, not through negligence in any sustained sense. Through the simple, ordinary, every-moment reality of being Homer Simpson, a person whose needs and impulses and survival instincts generate consequences for the people around him that he doesn't plan and doesn't fully register. And Ned forgave him, completely, genuinely, without visible resentment, because that is what Ned does. He forgives. He turns the other cheek. He absorbs punishment after punishment and responds with grace and patience and an unwavering faith that the universe is operating according to a design that he simply can't always see clearly. But a specific episode reveals something about that forgiveness that changes it. In a Season 8 episode, a hurricane destroys Ned's house. The community rallies to rebuild it or attempts to. The reconstruction is so incompetent, so structurally unsound, so thoroughly botched by a town full of people who mean well but have no idea what they're doing that it collapses immediately. And Ned snaps. He has a complete and visible psychological breakdown. He screams at the assembled townspeople. He says everything he has been holding inside for years, his frustration, his confusion, his accumulating sense that he has done everything right and been given nothing in return, that he has followed every rule and honored every obligation and watched Homer blunder through life with no apparent effort and somehow come out fine every time while Ned loses his house and his wife and his equilibrium. He says all of it, and then he's committed to a mental health facility. In the facility, a psychiatrist reveals the history. Ned was not always the man Springfield knows. As a child, Ned was violent and uncontrollable, not mischievous in the way Bart is mischievous, genuinely difficult, genuinely unmanageable. His parents, beatniks who believed that children should be allowed to express themselves without restriction, eventually brought him to a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist spent 8 years conditioning the aggression out of Ned through behavioral modification intensive, sustained, methodical reprogramming. Ned's kindness isn't a character trait. It's a cage. It was built around a volatile child by a doctor with strong opinions about behavioral therapy, and it has been holding for decades, but it is a structure imposed from outside rather than something that grew from within. The gentleness, the patience, the bottomless forgiveness, these aren't the natural expression of a good man. They're the engineered output of a process that was applied to a difficult child without his consent, and that has been managing his psychology ever since. Everything about Ned's life reads differently with this knowledge. His patience with Homer isn't saintly generosity. It's the programmed response of a man whose brain was wired, before he was old enough to resist, to suppress anger at all costs. He cannot express fury at Homer for Maude's death not because he has transcended the need for fury, but because the transcendence was installed in him by someone else. He forgives Homer because the conditioning prevents him from doing otherwise. He smiles because the smile is a habit so deep it runs beneath thought. He says neighborino because the cheerful surface was the goal of the therapy, and the therapy succeeded. His faith isn't spiritual conviction in any straightforwardly chosen sense. It is, for a man who was given no other framework for understanding why his life keeps delivering pain despite his compliance, a necessary structure, a place to put the suffering, a narrative that says the suffering has meaning, that the losses accumulate toward something, that there's a plan underneath the chaos, and the cost is part of it. Because if there isn't a plan, if the hurricane destroyed his house for no reason, if Maude died because Homer dodged a t-shirt, if 36 years of doing everything correctly has produced no measurable return over 36 years of Homer doing everything incorrectly, then what Ned is sitting with is not a spiritual challenge to be grown through. It's a verdict. A verdict about the relationship between virtue and reward in the system he lives inside. And the show has its own verdict on this. God talks to Homer. In several episodes, Homer has direct, face-to-face conversations with a divine figure who addresses him personally, acknowledges him, provides information and guidance and companionship. Homer who sleeps through church, who treats religious obligations as obstacles, who would never in 1,000 years be described as devout, gets divine attention. Ned, who has organized his entire life around his faith, who goes to church not because he has to, but because he wants to, who has built his identity and his calendar and his relationships around his spiritual practice. Ned has never once had a conversation with God in the show's canonical events. He prays, he attends services, he maintains his practice with consistency that no one else in Springfield can match. God doesn't call. The drunk who fell asleep during the sermon gets divine conversation. The devout man who built his life around faith gets silence. This is an accident. The Simpsons is telling you something specific through this gap. It's telling you that the system this town runs on, whether the system is Burns's economic dominance, the radiation-induced cognitive damage, the collective denial mechanism, or some combination of all three, doesn't reward goodness. It rewards compliance. And Ned is the most compliant person in Springfield. He was made compliant before he could choose. The conditioning was applied to him as a child, without his input, and it has been running ever since. He is, in the most literal sense, a man who is programmed to comply, programmed to forgive, programmed to smile, programmed to come back, and the system around him treats his compliance as its due. It takes from him and takes from him and takes from him, and he comes back for more because coming back for more is what he was built to do. Homer Simpson is what happens when you do everything wrong in a system that doesn't punish wrongness. Ned Flanders is what happens when you do everything right in a system that doesn't reward rightness. They live next door to each other. They have lived next door to each other for 36 years. The gap between them, between the man who tries and the man who doesn't, between the man who was broken and the man who was programmed, has never closed. It won't close. The system isn't designed for closing it. The system is designed to keep Homer at the plant, and Ned at the church, and Burns at the top, and Molman in the ground, and everyone exactly where they are, forever, in a loop that never breaks. That's Springfield. That's the show, when you stop laughing and start looking. A town where nothing changes, where nobody grows, where time doesn't pass and consequences don't stick, and the same family sits on the same couch in the same house every week, watching the same television, living the same life, trapped in the same loop that started in 1989 and has no end in sight. The closing. We've spent a long time in Springfield tonight. We walked through the radiation theory and watched Burns maintain his monopoly over a town he's been quietly poisoning for 60 years. We followed Homer's coma from April 1993 through every season that followed it, and we sat with the possibility that every episode since has been the dream of an unconscious man who just wants to go home. We reopened the Burns shooting and looked at the evidence again, slowly, and found that the official answer holds together less well than the show wants you to believe. We traced Burns's impossible lifespan back through a century of radiation treatments and engineered survival, and we stood in front of the closed loop between the man, the machine, and the money that keeps the whole thing running. We watched a town hold a vote about whether to acknowledge the truth. We watched the truth lose. We watched it get tied to something and expelled from the community and replaced with a legal decree that the lie is now real and the real is now illegal. And we recognize that moment not as Simpsons' absurdity, but as a thing communities actually do, have always done, will continue doing, as long as the comfortable fiction is less costly than the inconvenient fact. We sat with Maggie in her silence and understood, maybe for the first time, that the silence isn't absence. It's patience. It's 36 years of watching, learning, waiting, holding everything in reserve. We looked at the predictions and understood the mechanism without quite losing the wonder. We followed Mona Simpson's trail from a Springfield living room in 1969, through a biological weapons lab, through decades of exile, to a cemetery where she stood over the grave of a poet and waited for a son who arrived older than she expected. We got lost in the geography and found, inside the lostness, the suggestion that Springfield can't be found on a map because being findable means being accountable, and accountability is the one thing this town has spent 36 years learning to avoid. We stared at the floating timeline until it stared back and told us what we already knew but weren't quite ready to say: the loop is ours. We built it. We maintain it. Every time we press play, we reinforce the freeze a little more. And we sat with Hans Moleman and watched him die and come back and die and come back, and we understood that the horror there is in the shrug, the normalization, the town that keeps walking past. And we sat with Ned Flanders and felt the specific weight of a man who did everything right in a system that doesn't reward rightness, who was programmed to comply and then given nothing for his compliance, who prays to a God who talks to Homer. Every theory we walked through tonight used different evidence and different logic and arrived at a different surface conclusion, but every one of them arrived at the same place underneath. Something is wrong in Springfield. Something structural. Something that runs beneath the jokes and the couch gags and the treehouse of horror specials and the celebrity cameos and the 36 years of episodes that have made this family the most familiar fictional household in the history of American television. Whether it's the radiation, or the coma, or the collective denial, or the self-sustaining empire of an immortal billionaire, or some combination of all four that exists in a feedback loop with each other, whatever the cause, the effect is the same. Springfield is trapped. The people are trapped. The family is trapped. And we are trapped with them. But there's another way to read the trap, and it's the one that stayed with me longest after all the dark theories have had their turn. The Simpsons, at its most honest, is about love. About the specific, impractical, logistically inconvenient love of a family for each other. Homer's coma dream, if it is a coma dream, is the most devoted act of love. The show depicts a man who lost everything lying in a hospital bed, generating his children's faces, his wife's voice, the sound of the house at the end of a long day, over and over, because those things are worth generating even in unconsciousness, even in the dark, even when there's nothing left. The radiation theory, in its darkest reading, produces a town of people so damaged they can't see clearly. But in a gentler reading, it produces something else, a community that survives together, that stumbles through disaster after disaster and keeps coming back. That is, in its yellow-skinned, four-fingered, biologically impossible way, oddly indestructible. The floating timeline is a cage. It's also a gift. As long as The Simpsons doesn't age, we don't have to watch them die. We don't have to watch Bart grow up and leave Springfield and become someone his 10-year-old self wouldn't recognize. We don't have to watch Lisa stop believing the world can be improved. We don't have to watch Maggie finally speak and end the mystery of what she's been thinking all these years. Because as long as she doesn't speak, the mystery is alive, and alive means anything is still possible. The show can imagine growth. It refuses to allow it. And that refusal is the show's most complex gift to its audience. A family that never has to end, in a town that never has to change, in a loop that we maintain together because neither we nor they are ready for the alternative. Homer is still on that couch. The light in the living room on Evergreen Terrace is still on. Marge is still patient and still beautiful, and still a little submerged by everything she holds without complaint. Bart is still a disaster and still, underneath it, still fundamentally his father's son. Lisa is still brilliant and still alone with it and still, every episode, choosing to keep trying anyway. And Maggie is still watching, still waiting, still holding in reserve the vast, quiet intelligence that nobody in Springfield suspects. You can sleep now. Springfield will be here when you wake up. It always is. The couch is still warm. The family is still there. The loop is still floating. And somewhere in a hospital bed in Springfield General, a man who loves his family more than he can say is dreaming them safe and whole and exactly as he remembers them, night after night, season after season, year after year, with the particular devotion of someone who understands, somewhere below the dreaming, that love is the only thing worth building a dream around. The plant is still leaking. The fish still have too many eyes. Ned is still praying to a god who talks to his neighbor. Hans Moleman is still dying and still coming back. Burns is still getting his treatment, still glowing faintly in the dark, still very much alive. And on Evergreen Terrace, the lights are on. They're always on. Good night, Springfield. We'll see you next week. And expanded Section 1, additional content insert after it has always been the cause. Let's slow down here and really look at what the plant means in the context of Springfield's history, because there's a dimension to this theory that goes beyond the physical symptoms, beyond the yellow skin and the 4 fingers, and the fish with 3 extra eye. What the plant represents, what it embodies, is the relationship between a working community and the thing that employs it. And that relationship is one of the most complicated and most painful things The Simpsons has ever tried to describe. Springfield needs the plant. This is stated explicitly and implied constantly. The plant is the town's primary employer. It's the engine of the local economy. Without the plant, Springfield doesn't have an economy. Without the plant, the town has no reason to exist in the specific configuration it occupies. The plant built Springfield in the practical sense, brought people to the area, created the infrastructure of employment and commerce and civic life that makes a place, rather than just a location on a map. And the plant is destroying Springfield. Also stated explicitly. The contamination is documented, the violations are on record. The biological effects are visible in every resident who's ever been pulled from the water with an extra eye or gone to the doctor with something in their brain that shouldn't be there. These 2 things are true simultaneously, and neither cancels the other out, and living inside that contradiction is what Springfield is actually about. The show doesn't pretend this is a simple problem. It doesn't offer an easy out where Burns gets arrested and the water gets cleaned and everyone recovers and the town rebuilds into something healthy. Because in reality, communities don't work that way. In reality, when the thing that employs you is also the thing destroying you, the choices are narrower and more terrible than any television show usually wants to sit with. You can fight it. Mona Simpson fought it. She found the biological weapons lab, and she destroyed what was inside it, and she lost everything. Her husband, her son, her freedom, her identity, her decades. The town didn't rally behind her. The town didn't rise up in solidarity. The FBI showed up at her door and the community moved on and Homer grew up thinking she was dead. You can ignore it. This is what Springfield has chosen. This is what most communities in its position choose, because ignoring it is survivable in the short term and fighting it is not. You normalize the 3-eyed fish. You accept that your children are born yellow. You hire a man with a crayon in his brain to be the safety inspector, and you don't look too hard at what that choice means. You cash your paycheck from the plant, and you don't ask what the plant is doing to the water. You can leave. Some people leave Springfield. The show occasionally shows us characters who departed, who made their lives elsewhere, who escaped the contamination zone and built something different. These characters tend to look different from the ones who stayed more realistic proportions, less pronounced deviations from standard human anatomy. The people who left look like people. The people who stayed look like Springfield. But most people stay. Most people always stay. Because leaving requires resources that most people in Springfield don't have. Because leaving means abandoning the social network and the familiar geography and the accumulated small comforts of a known place. Because the contamination has been proceeding slowly enough that each generation adjusts to the new normal before it becomes the old normal. Because the frog in the slowly heating water doesn't jump out because the water is warm enough, at any given moment, that jumping seems like an overreaction. And because Burns, who understands all of this, has spent a century ensuring that the economic and social structures of Springfield make staying the only viable choice for most of its residents. Homer's specific situation, the deal between Burns and Abe, the protected employment, the contractual guarantee of a job no matter how many violations he allows, is the extreme end of a pattern that runs through the entire town. Burns holds leverage over Springfield in a dozen different ways. The plan employs a significant portion of the working-age population directly. The businesses that serve those employees depend on their incomes. The institutions, schools, hospitals, civic services depend on the tax revenue that the plant generates. Remove Burns and the plant from the equation, and Springfield doesn't just struggle, it collapses. The economic ecosystem that the plant has created over decades would dissolve within a generation. Burns knows this. He has always known this. And his continued refinement of this leverage, his systematic extension of his influence into every layer of Springfield's economic life, is the quietest and most sustainable form of control he exercises. He doesn't need to threaten people. He doesn't need to intimidate or coerce in any direct way. He just needs the plant to keep running and the paychecks to keep arriving and the town to keep depending on him. The leverage is structural. The control is institutional. The dependency is so deep and so old that most of Springfield has stopped noticing it's there. The crayon lodged in Homer's brain, the doctors who never found it or found it and said nothing, the medical establishment of a town owned by a man who has every reason to prefer a population that doesn't ask questions if Burns's influence extends into Springfield's healthcare infrastructure, and the show suggests that it does, then the decision about whether to tell a patient that there's a foreign object in their skull is not simply a medical decision, it's a political one. A decision made in the context of what that town's most powerful figure needs from its population. Homer without the crayon is Homer who might eventually connect the dots. Homer with the crayon is Homer who can't. And the doctors in Springfield, who work in a town whose economy depends on Burns and whose professional lives exist within the system Burns controls, may have simply made the rational choice. Not a villainous choice. Not even a consciously corrupt one. Just the choice that comes from living inside a system long enough that the system's preferences feel like your own preferences, and you don't notice the moment when what was expedient became what you actually believed. This is the deepest horror of the radiation theory. The show doesn't present Burns as a cartoon villain who twirls his mustache and cackles while poisoning the town. It presents him as a man who built a system so comprehensive, so deeply embedded in the infrastructure of daily life, that the system runs itself. The people inside it don't need to be corrupt or complicit. They just need to be people. Ordinary people with ordinary mortgages and ordinary families and ordinary anxieties about ordinary things, operating inside an ordinary town that happens to sit on top of 60 years of radioactive contamination and a billionaire's network of leverage and a social contract that says we don't ask about these things and everyone tacitly agrees. Springfield isn't a dystopia because there are monsters in it. It's a dystopia because there aren't. It's a collection of recognizable, relatable, fundamentally decent people who have built a life inside a contamination zone and adjusted to it inch by inch, generation by generation, until the contamination is just the texture of normalcy, until the yellow skin is just how people look, until the fish with 3 eyes is just how fish are around here. Homer doesn't need to understand what's being done to him for it to be done to him. The system doesn't require his comprehension. It requires only his continued presence at Sector 7G, his badge swiped at the door each morning, his signature on the forms that say everything is fine. And he has been providing that, faithfully, for over 3 decades. The plant isn't just part of the show. It's the show's central argument about power, about how power maintains itself, about the relationship between the people who live inside the institutions of their communities and the forces that shape those institutions from the top, about what it looks like when the thing that should protect you is the thing destroying you, and the destruction is happening slowly enough that the word destruction never quite feels like the right word for it. It feels like Tuesday. It feels like the commute to work. It feels like another day in Springfield. Expanded Section 2. Additional content insert after because in his dream he never left. There's a companion reading of the coma theory that focuses less on Homer's experience and more on the specific quality of Springfield's unreality, the way the show's world has gradually become less concerned with the laws that govern physical reality, the way consequences get softer and stakes get lower, and the sense of genuine danger that existed in early seasons gets replaced with something more elastic and forgiving. In the seasons before the coma, characters are allowed to be genuinely hurt by things. Not physically hurt in the cartoon sense, Homer hits his head and sees stars, but emotionally and circumstantially hurt in ways that matter. Bart fails a grade and faces real academic consequences. Homer's drinking problem is treated as a real problem that costs him something. Marge's near infidelity is given serious emotional weight. Lisa's loneliness isn't played for laughs, it's allowed to be sad. The show understood, in its early seasons, that comedy becomes meaningless without the possibility of genuine loss. You can only laugh at Homer's disasters because you believe, at some level, that the disasters could go wrong for real. The stakes have to be real for the relief to be real. After the coma, the stakes evaporate. Homer goes to space and comes back fine. He joins a secret society and leaves it without consequence. He holds 100 jobs over the seasons that follow, each one lasting precisely as long as the episode needs it to, none of them leaving any mark on his circumstances or his relationships. The world becomes putty in the show's hands, endlessly moldable, endlessly forgiving, endlessly willing to reset to default at the episode's end. The coma theory's explanation is that this is what happens when a dreaming mind stops being constrained by the physics of the waking world. Dreams aren't bound by consequence. In a dream, you can fall from a great height and land safely. You can hold 100 impossible jobs, and none of them define you. You can meet anyone, travel anywhere, survive anything, because the dream's logic is emotional and narrative rather than physical and causal. The dreaming mind generates the experience of doing things, but it isn't bound by what those things would actually produce. Homer's coma dream releases him from consequence the same way all dreams release you from consequence. But because the dream is externalized into 32 seasons of television, we've been watching the consequence-free logic of a dreaming mind and calling it episodic storytelling. And here is the part of the coma theory that feels most like an actual thing a human being might do when they're dreaming: the escalation. Dreams escalate. They start in familiar territory and then drift. They begin with something that looks like your real life, your house, your family, your daily context, and then elements start appearing that don't belong. The familiar setting persists, but something wrong has entered it, something impossible. And in the dream, you accept it, because dreams train you to accept escalation. And by the time the dream has become genuinely strange, you've already been inside it long enough that strange seems normal. Season 4, Homer is in familiar territory. The Springfield of Season 4 is still recognizable as a place governed by something like ordinary cause and effect. By Season 20, Homer is living in a world where the impossible is the baseline and the consequences are purely local to each episode. The escalation ran for decades, and because it ran slowly, because it ran episode by episode and season by season, each individual step felt manageable. Each individual departure from realism felt like a creative choice rather than a symptom. But the coma theory says it was always a symptom. It was always the dream drifting. Always Homer's unconscious mind losing its grip on the constraints of the real world and generating increasingly elaborate variations on the theme of his life, because the dream doesn't have a stop mechanism. It just keeps going, getting stranger, getting further from the Springfield that existed before April 1993, until the show we're watching has very little in common with the show that existed in the seasons before the vending machine fell. The escalation isn't creative drift, it's neurological drift. Homer's brain, losing function fraction by fraction, generating a reality that requires less and less structural maintenance, that tolerates more and more impossibility, that becomes progressively more willing to suspend the laws it used to enforce. The show's own creator, Matt Groening, has spoken in various interviews about the challenge of maintaining quality over a run as long as The Simpsons has had. He's acknowledged that the show changed. He's discussed the difficulty of keeping the storytelling grounded when the pressure to generate episode after episode across decades creates a drift toward easier, louder, less structurally coherent stories. This is the honest, practical explanation for why the show changed. The coma theory agrees, but it locates the cause differently. The change isn't a creative failure. It's the record of Homer's deterioration. The show has been documenting, in real time and in full public view, the slow unraveling of a dreaming mind. And the fans who complained that The Simpsons got worse over time were right. But they were describing a symptom of something happening inside the show's universe, not outside it. They were describing what a brain does when it starts to lose its grip. It gets stranger. It gets louder. It gets less coherent. It gets less careful about the connections between things. It starts repeating itself in ways that feel mechanical rather than rhythmic. It loses the thread of genuine emotional stakes and compensates with volume and spectacle. It gets worse. Because Homer's brain is getting worse. And the dream goes on. Because the dream is all that's keeping Homer connected to the family he fell asleep thinking about. And a brain will do remarkable, desperate, creative things to keep the connection alive. It will generate hundreds of episodes. It will create entire seasons. It will sustain an entire fictional universe for decades, imperfectly and with declining coherence, but stubbornly, insistently, because the alternative to keeping the dream going is facing what's outside it. And what's outside it is a hospital room in Springfield General, and a question that Homer cannot answer while he's asleep, can only face if he wakes up, and that every dreaming cell in his damaged brain is working to avoid. How much time has passed? Expanded Section 3 additional content insert after, in Springfield, those are two very different things. There's a conversation that the Who Shot Mr. Burns episodes are having with the audience that goes deeper than the mystery itself, deeper than the question of who pulled the trigger and why the evidence doesn't quite align with the official answer. The conversation is about how stories decide what they know and what they're willing to say. Every mystery story makes a contract with its audience. The contract says, there is an answer. The clues point to it. The investigation will proceed through logical steps and the logic will lead somewhere true. The guilty party will be identified, the mechanism of the crime will be explained, and the explanation will be consistent with the evidence. That's the contract. That's the genre. The Who Shot Mr. Burns two-parter entered that contract explicitly. The show promoted the mystery as solvable. It ran a national contest built on the premise that the clues were sufficient to identify the shooter. It invited audience participation in the investigation and promised that the audience who engaged carefully with the evidence would be rewarded with the correct answer. And then it gave an answer that the evidence didn't cleanly support. An answer that the central piece of supposed physical evidence, the sundial, was explicitly walked back by the victim himself. An answer that required believing Burns's dying declaration from a man who had just woken up from a coma over the objective forensic evidence pointing in a different direction. An answer that nobody in the national contest independently reached. The show broke the contract. Not necessarily by giving the wrong answer, the show's creators maintain that Maggie is the correct answer, and they're the authors, and authors get to decide these things. But by breaking the formal promise of a solvable mystery and replacing it with an authority declaration, this is the answer, because we say it is. And Springfield itself mirrors this dynamic. Springfield is a community that resolves its mysteries through authority declaration rather than evidence evaluation. The investigation into the Burns shooting didn't lead to a conclusion through logic and evidence. It led to a conclusion through the testimony of the victim, a single witness account from a man with every reason to manage the narrative, delivered from a position of total social and economic authority over the town, and the community accepted it. In the same way, Springfield's community accepted the principle and the pauper resolution. In the same way, Springfield accepts every official version of every event, not because the evidence demands the conclusion, but because the authority offering the conclusion is sufficient to make the conclusion stick. This is the show's most consistent observation about power. The Simpsons isn't really interested in whether the powerful are right. It's interested in how the powerful make the community comfortable with accepting what they say as though rightness and saying it were the same thing. Burns shoots down the sundial and the investigation is closed. Burns's word is the final word. Not because Burns earned the trust that would make his account credible, and not because the evidence independently supports his version of events, but because Burns owns the hospital and the town's economy and the leverage over half the people in it, and the social weight of all of that makes his account the one that gets adopted as reality. This is how power decides what happened. The forensic truth, the eyelash, the fingerprints, the empty holster, the last words becomes secondary to the authorized narrative. Not because the forensic truth goes away, but because the authorized narrative is the one that gets written into the record, the one that gets taught to the next generation, the one that defines what the community knows. The eyelash points to a Simpson. The fingerprints point to Homer. The holster was empty before the shooting. Burns said, "Oh, it's you." All of this remains true. All of this is in the evidence. And all of this is subordinate to the comatose billionaire's account of what happened in the parking lot. Because that's how it works. And this is why the mystery of who shot Mr. Burns is so much more resonant than the typical TV whodunit. It's not actually a mystery about a shooting. It's a mystery about who gets to decide what happened. It's a mystery about the relationship between evidence and authority, between what the forensics say and what the verdict says, between the truth that's recoverable from physical reality and the truth that power inscribes into the record. The baby gets the blame. The billionaire frames the narrative. The town accepts the frame because accepting it is less costly than challenging it. And everyone moves on. The file is closed. The case is solved in the sense that Springfield always solves things, not by finding the truth, but by agreeing on a story that's comfortable to live with. 20 years later, in season 18, Homer says it aloud. He did it, and the scene moves on, not because the confession doesn't matter, because in Springfield, confessions to power don't obligate anyone to do anything. Homer can say he shot Mr. Burns and nothing happens, because nothing was ever going to happen. The case was never really about the shooting. The case was always about who got to control the narrative of the shooting. And that person is Burns. That person is always Burns. The mystery of who shot Mr. Burns is solved. The answer is, whoever Burns says shot Mr. Burns. Expanded Section 4. Additional content insert after which, if his treatment schedule holds, will be forever. Let's spend a little more time with what Burns's longevity actually means for the people around him, specifically for the people who work for him, who have worked for him across generations, whose family histories intersect with his in ways that none of them fully understand. Homer has worked for Burns for decades. Abe worked for Burns in various capacities, decades before that. The Simpson family's relationship with the Burns empire is multi-generational, and it's not a relationship of equals or even a relationship of acknowledged dependency. It's a relationship that looks from a distance, like employment, and that looks from close up, like something closer to captivity. The deal between Abe and Burns' silence exchanged for Homer's protected employment is the explicit version of an arrangement that the show implies runs throughout Springfield. Burns accumulates leverage. Burns trades leverage for compliance. And the compliance compounds across generations because the leverage is always present and the alternative to compliance is always worse. Homer doesn't know about the deal. He has never been told. His job security, which has always seemed to him like a mysterious expression of Burns's inexplicable failure to fire him despite every justification, is actually the product of an agreement his grandfather made before Homer was old enough to understand what was being agreed to on his behalf. Homer's entire relationship with his own employment is based on a false understanding of why he has it. He thinks he's kept on despite his failures. He's actually kept on because of a contractual obligation that has nothing to do with his failures. This is the specific quality of the Burns conspiracy that makes it different from ordinary workplace exploitation. Ordinary exploitation is direct. The employer pays too little, demands too much, creates conditions that benefit capital at the expense of labor. Burns does all of that too, but he also engineers the psychological conditions of his workforce. He structures the informational environment so that the people working for him don't understand the actual terms of their dependency. They think they depend on Burns because they need the job. They actually depend on Burns because Burns has systematically made the alternative to depending on him unavailable. Mona's case is the clearest example. Burns didn't want to employ Mona. Mona was never his employee. But she represented a threat to his operations, a person willing to take direct action against his weapons program. His response was to turn the mechanisms of the state against her, to use his connections with federal law enforcement to make her a permanent fugitive, to ensure that the cost of her activism was so total and so long-lasting that it would deter anyone else who might consider similar action. The cost wasn't proportional. Mona was punished for decades beyond any reasonable scale of response to what she did. She destroyed biological weapons that should never have existed. She did something that was, by any reasonable standard, a social good. And she was chased across the country for a generation, unable to contact her son, unable to be present for the decades of his life that passed while she was running. Burns punished Mona to the extent that he did not because the punishment fit the offense, but because he needed to establish a precedent. He needed the people of Springfield to understand, at the level below conscious thought, that challenging him directly would cost you everything. He needed the community to internalize that message so deeply that they would never need to hear it explicitly. They would simply know, the way people know things that they've absorbed from the emotional atmosphere of a community rather than learned through instruction, that the costs of resistance were too high to consider. And the community has internalized it. 30 years after Mona's raid, Springfield doesn't organize against the plant. It doesn't challenge Burns's authority. It doesn't demand investigation into the three-eyed fish or the cracked cooling towers or the skeletons in the basement. It simply continues. It goes about its business. It cashes the paychecks and drinks the water and elects mayors that Burns controls and watches the plant emit its steam and tells itself that this is just how things are. Mona's punishment is the answer to the question. What happens to people who fight back? It's the answer that Burns needed the community to see and absorb and carry forward into every subsequent decision about whether resistance was worth it. It's the answer that made the answer unnecessary to state explicitly, because the question stopped being asked. Homer is the living proof that the answer worked. He is the son of the woman who fought back. He works for the man who destroyed her. He doesn't fight. He doesn't even ask. He sits at Sector 7G and he eats his donut and he sleeps through the meltdown warnings and he goes home to his family on Evergreen Terrace. And in all of it, there is no moment of recognition. No moment where the shape of what was done to him becomes visible to him in full. Because it was never meant to be visible. It was meant to be normal. Burns spent a century building a reality in which what was done to the Simpsons is just the texture of Springfield's ordinary life. And he succeeded. And Homer will work at that plant, in all probability, until he can't anymore. And Burns will still be there when Homer is gone. He'll be there when Bart is gone, when Lisa is gone. When the children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren of the people who built their lives around the plant are themselves long past. Burns will still be getting his weekly treatment, still watching the steam rise from the cooling towers, still managing his disease equilibrium, still keeping the system running. Because the system was built to outlast the people inside it. That was always the point. Expanded Section 5. Additional content insert. After the last honest man in a town that made honesty illegal. The episode that fans hate most about The Simpsons deserves one more layer of examination, because there's something specific about the Armin Tamzarian story that the standard critical response to it tends to miss. Critics argued that the episode destroyed Skinner as a character, that it undermined everything the audience had come to know and value about Principal Skinner, his military history, his complicated relationship with Agnes, his dynamic with Bart, his romantic life, his carefully cultivated dignity in the face of constant humiliation. All of it, revealed to be built on a lie, felt to viewers like a betrayal of the audience's emotional investment. But here's the thing that the critics were not quite saying, and that the episode itself seems aware of. Skinner didn't change. Armin Tamzarian didn't become a different person when the truth was revealed. The man who had been Principal Skinner for 20 years was still the same man with the same history and the same relationships and the same personality. The identity was false. The person was real. And this is the most disturbing thing the episode does, if you sit with it long enough. The show uses the Tamzarian revelation to suggest that identity is more narrative than essential. That the person you become while wearing a borrowed name is as real as any other person. That what Armin Tamzarian built inside the Skinner identity, his relationship with Agnes, his career at the school, his role in the community, his own interior life as Seymour Skinner has genuine value independent of the stolen provenance. And then Springfield votes to keep that narrative, and the real Seymour Skinner gets expelled. The horror isn't that Springfield chose a lie over the truth. The horror is that they're not wrong, that the lie works. Armin Tamzarian is Seymour Skinner in every way that actually matters to the daily life of Springfield Elementary. He knows the students. He knows the teachers. He knows Agnes. He knows the specific frustrations and satisfactions and accumulated institutional knowledge of 20 years in that building. The real Skinner is a stranger who shares a name with someone the community has built real relationships with. Springfield isn't choosing comfortable ignorance over painful knowledge. Springfield is making a genuinely difficult choice between two real claims on a shared identity, and choosing the claim that has generated the most actual relationship and community connection, even though it was built on a false foundation. And then it makes that choice through a legal decree and the physical expulsion of the man who inconveniently complicated things. That's the part that turns it from a dark comedy about institutional self-preservation into something darker, not the choice itself, which you could argue for, but the method, the decree, the rope, the train, the explicit criminalization of speaking the truth. Not the choice to maintain the fiction, but the choice to exile the fact. Because Springfield could have made the same practical decision to keep Tamzarian in his role, to accept the man who built the life regardless of how the life was originally acquired, without doing what it actually did. It could have acknowledged the truth, expressed appropriate sympathy for the real Skinner, worked out some kind of resolution that didn't require tying a war hero to a railroad car. It could have chosen pragmatism without choosing cruelty. The cruelty is the point. The cruelty is the message. The exile isn't just about getting rid of an inconvenient man. It's about establishing, as publicly as possible, that people who bring inconvenient truths into Springfield will be handled this way. That the cost of insisting on reality in a town that prefers fiction isn't just being ignored or dismissed. It's being physically removed, tied to something, and sent away. And that message is received. It's always received. Communities don't need to exile inconvenient truth-tellers more than once for the message to become structural. Once is enough. Once establishes the precedent. Once writes it into the unspoken knowledge of the community, the knowledge that lives below the surface of daily life and governs what gets said and what doesn't, what gets asked and what doesn't, what gets investigated and what just quietly continues. The real Seymour Skinner became Springfield's example. He became the answer to the question anyone might have asked about any of the town's other inconvenient realities. What happens if I say something? He became the reason you don't say something. He probably doesn't even know that. Wherever he went, after the train, whatever life he built out there in the world outside Springfield, he probably doesn't know that his expulsion is doing work for Burns and for every other force of institutional self-preservation in that town. He's just a man who went home to find his life occupied and then got expelled from a community that chose its comfortable version of him over his actual existence. But his exile is running quietly in the background of every conversation in Springfield where someone notices something wrong and thinks about saying something and then thinks better of it. The real Skinner is the lesson. Springfield is the student. And the lesson has been thoroughly learned. Expanded Section 6 additional content insert after Nobody Suspects the Baby. Maggie has spent 36 years making absolutely certain of that. There's a reading of Maggie's silence that connects to the radiation theory in a way that neither theory fully develops on its own, but that becomes genuinely strange when you hold them together. The radiation theory argues that the contamination from Burns's plant produces mutations, that the yellow skin and the 4 fingers and the distorted proportions of Springfield's residents are the visible markers of exposure that's been running for decades. That Homer's catastrophic cognitive impairment and his inhuman capacity for physical recovery are both products of the same exposure, acting on the same biology in different directions. If this is true, if the contamination is genuinely mutagenic, then the mutations it produces aren't uniform. They're variable. They depend on the specific biology they're interacting with, the timing of the exposure, the dosage, the individual's genetic predispositions, the specific vulnerabilities and capacities of each particular organism that the radiation meets. The same water running through Springfield's pipes produces different effects in different bodies. That's how mutagens work, not uniformly. Not predictably, but in ways that amplify and diminish and restructure whatever they find. Homer and Maggie are the show's clearest example of this variability. Same environmental contamination. Same family genetics providing the biological substrate. Same water, same air, same proximity to the plant, and the outcomes are as far apart as the show's range allows. Homer's intelligence, already reduced by a childhood cranial object, is further diminished by decades of environmental exposure, dropping him to a cognitive range that the show's creator characterized as 55 on the IQ scale. Maggie's intelligence, apparently in the process of forming when the exposure began acting on her developing neurology, was pushed not downward but upward, amplified, accelerated, driven to levels that the show depicts as genuinely off the scale of standardized measurement. What this suggests, if you take it seriously, is that the radiation isn't simply destructive. It's transformative. It reshapes what it touches in unpredictable ways, and some of those reshapings enhance rather than diminish. Blinky the fish has 3 eyes, which is worse than 2. But what if some fish in that water developed enhanced senses? What if the same process that gave some organisms too many features gave others sharper ones? What if the mutagenic contamination of Springfield is running 2 parallel programs, one that diminishes and one that intensifies, and the Simpson family just happens to have drawn one example of each? Homer is what happens when the mutation takes. Maggie is what happens when the mutation gives. And if this is true, then Maggie's situation is more complicated than simple strategic concealment. She's not just hiding her intelligence to avoid the social costs of being visibly smart in Springfield. She's hiding a mutation. She's hiding the specific, unusual, potentially threatening manifestation of the same contamination that gave her father his particular damage and gave the town its particular character. Burns understands radiation. Burns has been managing his own radiation-affected biology for over a century. Burns watches Springfield with the attention of a man who treats the town as a long-running experiment. If Burns identified a child in Springfield whose cognitive capacity had been dramatically enhanced by the contamination, a mutation that ran in the opposite direction from the population-level cognitive suppression that the contamination generally produces, what would he do with that information? The show doesn't answer this question, but it's worth asking, because Maggie's silence, understood in this context, isn't just about avoiding the social penalties that Lisa's visibility has attracted. It might be about avoiding the attention of the man who created the conditions of her mutation, the man who might find an extraordinary mind in Springfield more alarming than a damaged one, the man whose control over the town depends on its population being cognitively manageable, a child who is secretly brilliant in a town built to suppress intelligence, a mutation that went the wrong way for Burns's purposes. A man who controls everything, who watches everything, who has resources and medical infrastructure, and a century of experience managing biological anomalies, and one small silent person who has decided, with a clarity that no 1-year-old should possess, that the safest thing she can do is look like exactly what everyone expects her to be. Whether Maggie knows about Burns, specifically whether her infant mind has assembled the intelligence it's accumulated into a narrative that includes Burns as a threat, the show doesn't say. But the behaviors that theory would predict and the behaviors the show actually depicts are the same behaviors. Stay quiet, stay small, stay unnoticed. Let no one know what's happening behind those enormous eyes. And wait. The question of what Maggie is waiting for, what condition she's assessing, what signal she's watching for, what moment would finally be the right one to act, is one that the show has deliberately left unanswered for 36 years. Every other character in Springfield has a visible trajectory, a readable want, a comprehensible relationship to the constraints of their situation. Even Homer, even Burns, you understand what they want and what they're doing about it. Maggie's want is opaque. Her endgame is a blank. And in a show where everyone's endgame is visible, the blank is where the most interesting possibilities live. Expanded Section 9. Additional content insert after. If you can't find it on a map, you can't hold it accountable for what's happening inside it. The geographic impossibility of Springfield has one more dimension that connects it to the broader pattern of how the show constructs reality, and it's a dimension that has to do with how communities tell stories about themselves. Every town has a story about where it is. Not just the geographic fact, not just the coordinates, but the narrative context, the region, the history, the relationship to the larger entity that contains it. New England towns are part of the New England story. The stone walls, the congregational churches, the cold winters, the historical weight of the country's founding. Southern towns are part of the Southern story. Midwestern towns carry the weight of that particular American mythology, the farms and the flatness and the specific melancholy of the Great Plains. These narratives aren't just aesthetic, they're identity constituting. A community knows who it is partly by knowing where it is, by understanding its place in the larger geographic and historical story of the nation it belongs to. Springfield doesn't have this. Springfield can't have it. Springfield's deliberate geographic impossibility means it can't locate itself within any regional identity, can't inherit any regional story, can't know who it is through the context of where it is. It floats between possible identities the same way it floats between possible states. And this, too, is the point. If Springfield could be placed geographically, it could be given an identity, a regional character, a specific cultural context that would make it recognizable as one kind of American place rather than every kind simultaneously. And the moment it becomes a specific kind of American place, it stops being every American place. It stops being the mirror. It stops doing the thing the show needs it to do, which is to reflect back something universal rather than something particular. But in the context of the radiation theory, the geographic shapelessness takes on an additional meaning. Burns's plant doesn't just contaminate the water and the soil, it contaminates the identity of the place. It erases the specific character that geography would otherwise provide. Springfield is all geography and no geography simultaneously. It has the physical features of every American landscape, but the coherent identity of none of them. It's everywhere and nowhere. It's a contamination zone with no fixed address. And a contamination zone with no fixed address is, as we established, also a contamination zone with no fixed regulatory authority. No one can say with certainty which state's EPA is responsible for Springfield. No one can say with certainty which federal district's courts have jurisdiction over Burns's empire. The geographic uncertainty is a legal defense, but it's also a kind of existential punishment for the residents who live inside it. Real communities know where they are. Real communities have geographic identities that give their residents a sense of belonging to something larger than themselves, a region, a tradition, a shared landscape. Springfield's residents have none of this. They live in a place that cannot be located. They cannot say, "We are from here, and here means this." They can only say, "We are from Springfield, and Springfield is everywhere and nowhere." This is another dimension of what the plant has done to the town. It didn't just poison the water and mutate the residents. It poisoned the town's ability to know itself. It created a community that can't locate itself in the larger world, that can't build an identity from its geographic context, that exists in a kind of perpetual spatial uncertainty that mirrors the cognitive uncertainty of its radiation-damaged population. They don't know where they are, in the same way they don't know what's in their water, in the same way they don't know what's happening to their bodies. In the same way, they don't know who they were before the contamination began making them who they are. Springfield is a town without coordinates, populated by people without a clear sense of their own history, governed by a man who has spent a century making sure the coordinates and the history remain unavailable. The geographic impossibility isn't separate from the other impossibilities. It's part of the same architecture, part of the same sustained project of making accountability impossible by making certainty unavailable. You can't hold anyone responsible for what's in the water if you can't agree on where the water is. Expanded Section 10 additional content insert after "we never will be." There's a philosophical dimension to the floating timeline that goes beyond the show and touches something about the nature of storytelling itself, about what it means to tell a story that never ends, about what happens when a narrative refuses to reach its conclusion, about the specific cultural function of a story that has been running longer than its audience's childhood. Most stories have a shape. They begin, they develop, they end. The ending is the thing that retrospectively organizes everything that came before it. You understand the story differently once it's over. The early episodes reveal things about the later episodes that weren't visible the first time through, and the resolution provides a frame through which the whole arc can be seen as a coherent thing. The Simpsons has been running for 36 years without an ending. It has no resolution to retrospectively organize anything. Every episode exists in a kind of perpetual present, with no ending horizon to give it meaning beyond itself. The show is a story that doesn't know where it's going because it isn't going anywhere, it's staying. It's maintaining. It's sustaining. This is actually unusual in the history of narrative. Most long-running stories still have an intended endpoint, a series finale, a final season, a conclusion that the creators are working toward. The Simpsons has spent most of its history without one. There has been no planned ending. There has only been another season, and then another, until the question of how the story ends became genuinely unanswerable, Not because the creators didn't want to answer it, but because the commercial and cultural machinery around the show had grown so large that the story had become subordinate to the institution. The Simpsons isn't a story that continues because the story demands it. It's an institution that continues because institutions continue. It's a franchise, an IP, a cultural artifact that generates revenue and cultural conversation regardless of whether any individual episode is good, regardless of whether the story is going anywhere, regardless of whether anyone who works on it or watches it believes it has anything new to say. And this is the real floating timeline. Not the fact that the characters don't age, but the fact that the show itself doesn't age, doesn't approach its conclusion. He doesn't move toward the inevitable moment when the story that started in 1989 reaches whatever it was always going to become. The show is trapped in the same loop as its characters. Springfield can't grow because the show can't grow. Bart can't turn 11 because the show can't end. The floating timeline isn't a decision about character continuity. It's a reflection of the show's own institutional stasis, its own inability to age and develop and approach its conclusion, because conclusions are the one thing that the commercial and cultural forces surrounding the show cannot allow. And the fans who keep watching, who watch new episodes and old episodes, who sustain the cultural conversation, who argue about theories and share clips and quote lines from episodes that aired before most of them were born, are the force that maintains the institutional stasis. Not passively, not as victims of the machine, but as active participants in the maintenance of the loop. We watch because the show keeps making episodes. The show keeps making episodes because we watch. The loop is complete. The loop is self-sustaining. The loop is us. And here is where the theory that connects all the other theories lives. The Simpsons is not a mirror that reflects American culture. The Simpsons is a feedback loop that participates in American culture. The show doesn't just describe the American tendency toward collective amnesia, toward the comfortable fiction over the inconvenient fact, toward the loop that never breaks. The show enacts it. The show is itself an instance of the thing it describes. Springfield resets because Springfield always resets. The Simpsons continues because The Simpsons always continues. The characters don't age because we don't let them. The loop runs because we keep the loop running. We are Springfield, not metaphorically, literally. We are the population that keeps the loop going, that maintains the comfortable fiction, that votes every week, by tuning in, by pressing play, by letting the opening theme run and settling into the couch to sustain the agreed-upon version of reality over the uncomfortable truth that 36 years have passed, and the family we've been watching is still 10 years old and 8 years old and 1 year old, and we are not. We have aged. They have not. And we keep watching because the distance between their permanence and our aging is itself a comfort, a reminder that somewhere, in a town that doesn't appear on any map, in a house on a street that doesn't exist, in a family that cannot end, something is being held steady. Something is staying exactly as it was. Something is providing, week after week, the experience of going home to a place where nothing has changed. And the world outside keeps changing, and people keep dying, and buildings keep going up and coming down, and the things that defined the summers of your childhood are all gone now except for The Simpsons, which is still there, still running, still yellow and four-fingered and impossible, still holding the couch together in the living room of a house on Evergreen Terrace, in a town that cannot be located on any map, but that everyone somehow knows how to find. Expanded Section 11, additional content insert after tied to something and removed. Let's talk about Ned Flanders and Homer Simpson as a pair, not as two separate characters who happen to be neighbors, but as the show's clearest statement of what it believes about virtue and reward, about the relationship between how a person lives and what a person gets. They are, in the show's structural logic, opposites. Every characteristic Homer lacks, Ned has. Every failure Homer embodies, Ned avoids. Homer is overweight, impulsive, intellectually limited, professionally incompetent, financially irresponsible, prone to addiction, emotionally volatile, and constitutionally incapable of sustained effort toward any goal. Ned is fit, disciplined, professionally competent, financially careful, spiritually grounded, and emotionally stable in a way that would be remarkable in any individual and is almost supernatural in the context of everything Springfield puts him through. And their lives produce roughly equivalent outcomes in terms of happiness, suffering, and the overall texture of what it's like to be them. This is the show's darkest observation. Not that the bad are punished and the good are rewarded, that's a comforting fiction that most narrative is built around. But that the good and the bad receive roughly the same treatment from the universe, because the universe the show depicts doesn't have a mechanism for differential treatment. It has a mechanism for the strong exploiting the weak, for money purchasing outcomes, for the Burnses of the world maintaining their position while everyone below them lives or doesn't live according to factors that have nothing to do with their individual virtue. Homer gets away with everything because Homer has Marge, because Marge is the actual load-bearing element of the Simpson family, and Homer benefits from her stability without fully comprehending it. Homer survives everything because something in his biology, the radiation-altered tissue, the coma dream invulnerability, whatever the explanation, makes him physically indestructible. Homer remains employed because of a deal his grandfather made with his employer. Homer's outcomes are determined by forces entirely external to his character. His virtue or lack of it is irrelevant to his circumstances. Ned's outcomes are determined by the same forces. His virtue doesn't protect him from hurricanes. His faith doesn't shield Maude from t-shirts. His financial responsibility doesn't insulate him from the random disasters that Springfield generates with such regularity. His decency doesn't earn him special consideration from the universe. He gets the same universe that Homer gets, the same universe everyone in Springfield gets, governed by Burns and contaminated by the plant, and reset between episodes regardless of anything anyone does or doesn't do to deserve a better outcome. And Ned copes with this by constructing a theological framework in which his suffering is meaningful, in which the losses and indignities are part of a plan too large for him to see clearly, in which his faith is a kind of wager that the universe has a logic, even when it doesn't appear to. It's a brave thing to believe. It's also a thing that the show gently, persistently, refuses to confirm. God talks to Homer. God doesn't talk to Ned. The theological framework that sustains Ned against the evidence of his experience is one that the show offers no support for and considerable evidence against. The universe of The Simpsons is not a universe in which virtue is recognized and rewarded. It's a universe in which the man who owns the plant glows in the dark and lives forever, and the man who prays every Sunday watches his wife fall from the bleachers because his neighbor dodged a t-shirt. And Ned forgives Homer. Of course he does. He always forgives Homer. His conditioning leaves him no other option. But here's the thing that the show doesn't quite say about Ned's forgiveness. It's not just that the conditioning makes him forgive. It's that on some level, the forgiveness is real. Somewhere inside the behavioral cage that the childhood therapy built, somewhere beneath the layers of programmed response, there is something in Ned that genuinely doesn't want to hold the grudge. That genuinely believes the forgiveness is better than the alternative. That genuinely chooses, insofar as he can choose anything, the grace rather than the resentment. The conditioning distorted something real and turned it into something pathological. But the real thing was there to begin with. Ned Flanders is not just a programmed forgiver. He's a person who, in whatever undistorted version of himself might have existed without the 8 years of therapy, would probably have been genuinely kind. The kindness is real, the programming is real, and they've been tangled together for so long that neither Ned nor anyone else can say where one ends and the other begins. This is the tragedy of Ned Flanders that the show can barely bring itself to state directly. He's a good man. He was probably always going to be a good man in some version of his development. And instead of being allowed to become that man organically, through his own choices and his own growth, he was assembled into a performance of goodness by a process that took away his agency in the name of managing his behavior. He never got to be good. He got to be trained to appear good. And the difference? Somewhere in Ned's interior life in those moments when the conditioning almost fails and the person underneath almost surfaces, the difference is everything. Homer Simpson lives a worse life by every objective measure and seems, most of the time, happier. Not because Homer's life is better, but because Homer doesn't see it clearly enough to be unhappy about it in a sustained way. The cognitive damage that makes him a terrible safety inspector also makes him constitutionally incapable of the kind of clear-eyed assessment of his circumstances that would make those circumstances unbearable. Ned sees his circumstances. Ned has always seen them, and he has spent 36 years constructing and maintaining a framework that makes the seeing survivable. That's not weakness. That's a form of courage that the show almost never names directly but keeps depicting, quietly, in every episode where Ned closes his eyes and says something like, "Well, I suppose the Lord has a plan for all of this," and you can see, just for a moment, the effort it takes to believe it. The gap between Homer and Ned is not the gap between virtue and vice, the way the show sometimes frames it. It's the gap between not seeing and seeing clearly. Homer doesn't suffer from his circumstances because he can't see them. Ned suffers from his circumstances, quietly and continuously, because he sees them exactly as they are and has to actively choose every single day to respond with grace rather than despair. That active, daily, effortful choice is what faith actually looks like in the show's world. Not the certainty of divine attention, not the comfort of a God who answers prayers. Just the decision, made again every morning, to keep trying to be good in a world that doesn't particularly reward it. Ned Flanders is the saddest character in The Simpsons. Not because his life is the hardest, though it's genuinely hard, because he sees it clearly and keeps choosing to show up for it anyway. And nobody in Springfield, including Homer, fully understands what that costs him. Additional section: the supporting cast as evidence. We've spent most of our time in Springfield with the Simpsons themselves, with Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie and Burns. But the world around the family is part of the evidence too. The supporting cast of Springfield isn't just scenery. When you look at them through the lens of the theories we've been building, they become a kind of distributed symptom map, each character showing, in their own particular way, what the contamination or the denial or the coma dream or the combination of all three has done to different people under different conditions. Take Apu Nahasapi Mapetalon, who runs the Quick E-Mart. Apu is one of the most economically precarious characters in Springfield, working famously long hours, maintaining a franchise relationship with a parent corporation that extracts more from him than it provides, existing in the specific situation of someone whose options are limited by forces that are structural rather than personal. Apu works 23 hours a day, the show jokes. Apu is always at the register, always available, always there. He has no off hours that the show depicts. The Quickie Mart is not just his business, it is his entire visible life. Within the radiation theory, Apu's superhuman endurance, his capacity to function on minimal sleep, to maintain his characteristic energy and precision across what amounts to a continuous shift, could be read as another mutation. Not the cognitive impairment that the contamination produced in Homer, not the cognitive amplification it apparently produced in Maggie, but a specific alteration in the biology of rest. A person whose body has been restructured by exposure in a way that changes what sleep requires. Not indestructibility, not enhanced intelligence. Just a different relationship to the cycle of activity and recovery that governs normal human function. Or it could simply be economic necessity normalized to the point of appearing biological, which is perhaps the radiation theory's most uncomfortable implication, that after long enough, the adaptive responses people develop to the conditions of their contamination become indistinguishable from the contamination itself. You don't know anymore what's mutation and what's just what people do when they don't have the option of doing anything else. Chief Wiggum is the law in Springfield, which is to say that the law in Springfield has the specific character of a man who is simultaneously aware that his position carries authority and completely untroubled by the idea of exercising that authority competently. Wiggum is not malicious. He's not corrupt in the active, energetic sense. He's corrupt in the passive sense, not stealing or scheming, just consistently declining to do the thing his office requires, consistently taking the interpretation of his responsibilities that generates the least friction and the most comfort. In the radiation theory, Wiggum's specific brand of incapacity could be read as another expression of the contamination's cognitive effects, a brain that functions well enough to manage the social aspects of his position, to read rooms and maintain relationships and navigate the politics of a small-town police department. But that simply cannot generate the sustained attention and principled commitment that actual law enforcement requires. He's not stupid in the way Homer is stupid. He's strategically comfortable. He has found at some level below conscious decision the cognitive configuration that lets him hold his position without exercising it in any way that would generate discomfort. And Burns's operation benefits from this. A Wiggum who was genuinely committed to law enforcement would have investigated the three-eyed fish, would have followed up on the skeletons in the basement, would have pursued the environmental violations with the kind of diligence that the documented evidence warranted. A Wiggum who was actually a police chief would be a problem for Burns. The Wiggum Springfield has comfortable, incurious, constitutionally resistant to exerting himself on behalf of truth is exactly the kind of police presence Burns's operation requires. This is the radiation theory's most comprehensive claim. Not just that the contamination altered the Simpsons, not just that it altered the town's visible residents, but that it altered Springfield's institutions. That the specific cognitive effects of decades of radiation exposure in the water supply produced across the whole population a baseline level of reduced critical function that manifests differently in different people, but that reliably produces, across the whole community, the kind of institutional incapacity that allows a man like Burns to operate without meaningful oversight. This isn't a conspiracy in the sense of Burns planning it. It's an emergent property. It's what happens when an entire community's cognitive infrastructure is gradually, consistently, invisibly degraded not through any single dramatic event, but through the slow accumulation of exposure across generations. The institutions reflect the cognitive state of the people staffing them, and the people staffing them reflect the cognitive state of a community that has been drinking contaminated water since before most of them were born. Springfield isn't governed badly because bad people run it. It's governed badly because the governance emerges from a population whose capacity for the sustained critical attention that good governance requires has been compromised at the source. The water. Now think about Dr. Nick Riviera. Dr. Nick is Springfield's secondary physician, the doctor you go to when Dr. Hibbert isn't available or when what you need is medical treatment that asks fewer questions. Dr. Nick's professional incompetence is played as a straightforward joke, his catchphrase, his gleeful enthusiasm for procedures he doesn't fully understand, his bottomless ignorance about the medical practices he's supposed to be performing. But within the radiation theory, Dr. Nick is a specific and disturbing piece of evidence. Dr. Nick practices medicine in Springfield. He has been practicing medicine in Springfield for decades. He has treated Springfield residents, examined their bodies, run whatever diagnostic procedures he runs, and presumably encountered in those examinations the full range of biological anomalies that the contamination produces. He has seen the things that a doctor examining the people of this town would see, and Dr. Nick's response to all of it has been to continue practicing medicine in exactly the same manner, charging for his services, and apparently never once reporting to any regulatory body that something unusual is happening to the people under his care. Either Dr. Nick is too incompetent to recognize the anomalies as anomalies, or Dr. Nick recognizes them and has decided that recognition isn't relevant to the practice of medicine in Springfield, or Dr. Nick has been given, through whatever mechanism Burns uses to manage the flow of inconvenient information in this town, reasons to look at the anomalies and see something else entirely. The crayon in Homer's brain, if Dr. Nick treated Homer at any point, and given Dr. Nick's role as Springfield's secondary medical option, it seems probable then Dr. Nick may have had occasion to examine Homer's skull, to run imaging, to see what's in there. And the same question that applies to all of Springfield's medical establishment applies to Dr. Nick. Did he see it? And if he saw it, what did he decide to do about that? The answer the radiation theory would suggest is nothing. He decided to do nothing. Because doing nothing is what Springfield's institutions do, consistently, when they encounter evidence of what the plant is doing. The institutions of Springfield are not corrupt in any interesting or complicated way. They're simply aligned with the system that generates them. The system generates incurious institutions. The incurious institutions perpetuate the system. The loop runs. And Moe's Tavern exists at the center of all of this as the town's most honest institution, a place where the residents of Springfield go specifically to stop pretending, at least for a few hours. To be functional, the tavern doesn't ask anything of you. It doesn't require you to perform competence or engagement or the basic civic participation that the rest of Springfield's social life demands. You can sit in Moe's and be exactly as damaged and confused and inadequate as you actually are, and nobody will try to correct it. Mo himself, who has his own damage and his own history and his own decades of accumulated failure, provides the specific kind of companionship that asks nothing and judges nothing and simply persists alongside you. In a town that has normalized so much, that has processed so many impossible things through the machinery of collective acceptance, Moe's Tavern is where the processing doesn't happen, where the impossible things are simply acknowledged and set down and left where they are. Nobody in Moe's is trying to make sense of Springfield. They're just surviving it, together, in the dark, with whatever's in the glass. This, too, is what the radiation theory describes. A community so comprehensively damaged that the most honest response to their situation is found not in the institutions of civic life, but in the dark bar where the principal fiction of normalcy is temporarily suspended and you can sit with your neighbors in the comfortable acknowledgement that none of you are okay, in a world that has never asked your permission to be the way it is. Additional section, what the couch gags know. Before we leave Springfield entirely, there's one more element that deserves attention, something that every single episode includes, that every viewer has seen hundreds of times, and that most people have stopped noticing because it appears so consistently that it has become part of the rhythm rather than part of the content. The couch gag. Every episode of The Simpsons opens with a variation on the same sequence. The family rushes home, the family arrives at the couch, something happens. In the earliest seasons, the couch gags were simple. The family arrives and something small is wrong with the couch, or the TV, or the number of people on it. As the seasons progressed, the couch gags became more elaborate, more surreal, more willing to break the boundaries of what the show's visual style would normally allow. Some couch gags are simple jokes. Some are extended, elaborate sequences that seem to have little to do with the episode that follows. Some are produced by guest animators who bring entirely different visual languages and aesthetic sensibilities to the Simpsons universe. Some depict the family being destroyed, replaced, consumed, or transformed in ways that would be genuinely dark if anyone spent more than 30 seconds thinking about them. And in all of them, the family ends up on the couch. Whatever happens, whatever surreal detour the opening takes, whatever violence or strangeness or departure from established reality occurs in the space between the front door and the living room, the family ends up on the couch. That's the constant. That's the invariant. No matter what the couch gag does to the family or to Springfield or to the internal logic of the show's universe, the couch is where it ends. Within the coma theory, this is the dream's most essential feature. Homer doesn't dream about work. He doesn't dream about the plant or Burns or any of the structures that define his waking life. He dreams about coming home. He dreams about the specific, irreplaceable experience of arriving at the house and finding his family there, assembled on the couch, the television on, the dog on the floor. He dreams this, specifically, at the beginning of every episode, before anything else happens. The couch is the dream's anchor. The couch is what the dream is for. Everything that happens in each episode, every adventure, every disaster, every guest appearance, every world-altering event is the dream's elaboration on a single, unchanging premise. The family is home. The family is together. The couch holds them. Whatever the couch gag does to complicate or undermine or reimagine the arrival, the destination is the same. The family is on the couch. Homer is on the couch. Marge is next to him. The kids are there. It's Sunday night. The week hasn't happened yet. The week can wait. Within the radiation theory, the couch gag's wild variability, the progressively more elaborate and impossible scenarios depicted in the opening, is the mutation at work on the show's own structure. The contamination doesn't just alter biology, it alters narrative. The couch gag mutates season by season, becoming less constrained by physical reality, more willing to generate scenarios that couldn't exist in the waking world, more comfortable with the logic of contamination, that the rules that governed the original can be exceeded again, exceeded until you're watching something that the original couldn't have predicted and can barely contain. Within the principle and the pauper theory, the couch gag is the ritual, the community's liturgy, the weekly ceremony in which Springfield reaffirms its core belief: the family comes home. Whatever happened this week, whatever disaster occurred, whatever inconvenient truth surfaced in the last 7 days by Sunday night, the family is home. The couch holds them. The television runs. The ritual is performed, and the community is sustained. The couch gag tells you, every single episode, what the show believes in. Not in the stories it tells, or the jokes it makes, or the theories it entertains. In the simple, repeated, invariant act of arrival. The family rushes home. Something happens. The family is on the couch. This is what Homer dreams about, in whatever hospital bed he's been lying in since April 1993. Not space, not fame, not adventure. Not any of the elaborate scenarios his dreaming mind generates to fill the space around the one thing it's actually about. Just home. Just the couch. Just the family together at the end of a long week. The television murmuring, the dog asleep on the floor, Marge beside him, the kids exactly as he remembers them. That's the whole dream. That's all it's ever been. The rest is just the dream finding ways to get back there. Additional section: Homer and Burns as mirror images. There is a reading of The Simpsons that nobody talks about nearly enough, and it goes like this. Homer Simpson and Charles Montgomery Burns are the same person. Not literally. Not in any metaphysical or narrative sense, but structurally in the way the show uses them, in the relationship between what each of them represents, in the specific contrast the show draws again and again between the two of them. They are each other's shadow. Burns is what happens when you live forever and accumulate everything. Homer is what happens when you live briefly and have almost nothing. Burns has more money than he can use in the lifetimes he has already lived and the additional lifetimes his weekly treatments are purchasing. Homer has barely enough money to get to the next paycheck, and the paycheck comes from Burns, and Burns has never learned his name. This asymmetry is the engine of the show's class analysis, but the show rarely names it that directly. It just keeps depicting it, episode after episode, season after season, the man at the top of the building and the man in Sector 7G, the man who owns everything and the man who owns the house he's still paying the mortgage on, the man who remembers the Spanish-American War, and the man who can't remember what he had for breakfast. But here's what makes the parallel stranger than simple class contrast. They're both trapped. Burns is trapped by the system of his own longevity. He cannot stop the weekly treatments without dying. He cannot divest from the plant without losing the infrastructure his survival depends on. He cannot change his relationship to Springfield because his survival is entwined with Springfield's dependency on him. He has built a prison so sophisticated that he can't tell it from a palace, and he has been living in it for so long that the distinction has stopped mattering. Homer is trapped by the system Burns built around him. He cannot leave the job because of the deal, the mortgage, the family, the specific configuration of dependencies that keeps him returning to Sector 7G every morning. He cannot see clearly enough to understand his situation. He cannot make the connections that would tell him what has been done to him. He is, in a very real sense, more thoroughly imprisoned than Burns is because Burns built his prison deliberately and chose it consciously, while Homer was placed in his before he was old enough to understand what was being arranged. Burns has agency within his constraints. Homer doesn't even have visibility into his. This is why the show can't let Homer confront Burns in any sustained way. Every time Homer and Burns interact directly, every time the show creates a situation where Homer's circumstances and Burns's circumstances are explicitly linked, Homer fails to fully register what he's looking at. He sees Burns. He doesn't see what Burns represents. He sees his employer. He doesn't see the man who destroyed his family. The show has given Homer this information across multiple episodes and multiple years of broadcasting. It's all there. Homer knows his mother was driven out by Burns. Homer has had Burns's extended history laid out for him in various ways. Homer has been told, directly, what Burns is, and Homer consistently fails to hold on to it. He processes it in the moment and then it fades. The connection dissolves. He goes back to work. Within the radiation theory, this is cognitive impairment. Homer's brain cannot maintain the complex narrative of his own situation because the capacity for that kind of sustained narrative construction has been damaged beyond the level needed for it. Within the coma theory, this is the dream refusing to let the dream end. If Homer fully understood what Burns was, if he assembled all the pieces into a clear picture and held it steady, the dream would demand a response. The dream would generate a confrontation, an escape, a break with the system, and any of those outcomes would require the dream to move forward, to progress, to develop in ways that dreams don't sustain. The coma dream needs Homer not to understand, because Homer understanding would be Homer waking up. And Homer cannot wake up. Not yet. Not while the children are still young and Marge is still there and the couch still smells like home. Burns and Homer. The oldest man in Springfield and the man who has been managed and shaped and positioned by that man's choices since childhood. The immortal and the dreamer. The man who built the cage and the man who lives in it without knowing it's a cage. They have worked together for decades. They have been neighbors in the hierarchy of the same institution for longer than most of Springfield's other relationships have existed. And they have never, in all that time, actually met. Because meeting would require Burns to see Homer not as a managed asset, not as a contractual obligation, not as the human instrument of his safety protocol violations, but as the man he is. And it would require Homer to see Burns not as the authority figure whose approval he courts in whatever distorted way his damaged brain has learned to seek approval, but as the architect of his suffering. And the show cannot allow that meeting to happen, because the show needs both of them to remain exactly where they are, doing exactly what they do, sustaining the system that the whole 36-year enterprise is built on. Homer at the console, donut in hand, radiation levels creeping upward. Burns at the window, watching the steam rise from the cooling towers, watching the town that belongs to him go about the business of living inside the contamination he built, living lives that his choices shaped before they were old enough to shape themselves. Two men in the same building, two ends of the same broken system, separated by floors and decades and the specific kind of cognitive fog that each of them, in their different way, lives inside. The oldest man in Springfield and the man he made, trapped together in a loop that neither of them can break, and neither of them can fully see. Additional section, the Treehouse of Horror as Truth. Every year, usually around Halloween, The Simpsons airs a special episode called Treehouse of Horror. The format is consistent. 3 short horror stories, each one taking the characters out of the normal Springfield reality and placing them in scenarios explicitly marked as non-canonical. The show announces, before these episodes begin, that what you're about to watch is outside the main story. It doesn't count. The characters die, come back, do impossible things, face genuine supernatural threats. And none of it matters because none of it is real within the show's universe. Except, the Treehouse of Horror episodes are perhaps the most honest thing The Simpsons has ever produced. Not because the stories in them are literally true, but because the genre horror permits the show to say things it can't say in the regular episodes. Horror is licensed to be direct about the terrible things underneath. Horror is allowed to name the monster. And when you look at what the Treehouse of Horror episodes keep returning to the things, they keep finding ways to say through the safety of the non-canonical frame, the pattern is striking. They keep returning to Homer's death. Homer dies in Treehouse of Horror episodes with a regularity that the show treats as a gag, but that accumulates into something else when you count them. He's killed. He comes back. He's killed again. He comes back again. The specific elasticity of his mortality in these episodes is played as comedy, but it maps precisely onto the coma. Theories claim that Homer's invulnerability in the regular episodes is the invulnerability of a dreaming mind, a mind that cannot be permanently killed, because it's the mind generating the story. In the Treehouse of Horror context, this becomes literal. Homer dies and comes back because even in the explicitly non-canonical space, his dreaming mind can't construct a scenario in which he doesn't return. The safety of the horror frame allows the show to explore Homer's death directly, but the dreaming logic still prevents the death from sticking. He always comes back. The frame is different, but the rule is the same. The Treehouse of Horror episodes also return repeatedly to the theme of social control, to scenarios in which external forces manipulate or control the behavior of Springfield's residents, often using technologies or systems that the residents are unaware of or powerless against. The show has, across its Treehouse of Horror catalog, depicted Springfield residents being controlled by aliens, by advertising, by media, by government systems, by mysterious technological forces. The mechanisms vary, the theme doesn't. The theme is that something is controlling the population of Springfield, and the population doesn't know it, and when they find out it's already too late. This is the radiation theory in horror genre drag. The mechanism is fantastical aliens with mind control devices, rather than a leaking nuclear reactor with cracked cooling towers, but the structure is identical. The population is managed. Their behavior is shaped by forces external to their own agency. And the horror of the scenario lies not in the violence or the gore, but in the specific revelation: you were never as free as you thought you were. The horror frame lets the show say this directly. The regular episodes show it indirectly, through the three-eyed fish and the contamination violations and the crayon in Homer's brain. But in the Treehouse of Horror episodes, the show can look straight at it. You were being managed. The thing managing you was invisible to you. And now you know. And knowing doesn't help. This is why the Treehouse of Horror episodes feel different from the regular episodes, even setting aside the supernatural elements. They feel more honest. They feel like the show breathing out, releasing, briefly, the pressure of having to maintain the comfortable fiction that sustains the main narrative. In the main timeline, Springfield cannot acknowledge what's happening to it. The social contract, the collective denial, the legal prohibition on naming uncomfortable truths, all of it requires the regular episodes to maintain the agreed-upon version of reality. Burns is the eccentric billionaire. Homer is the hapless everyman. The plant is the background of the story rather than its cause. The water is fine. In the Treehouse of Horror episodes, briefly, safely, in the explicitly non-canonical space, the town is allowed to look at itself directly. The monsters are real. The danger is named. The mechanism of control is visible. The horror is the truth, wearing the Halloween costume of the supernatural because the truth is too large to fit through the door in its regular clothes. And then the episode ends, and the non-canonical frame closes, and the comfortable fiction resumes. The monsters were just a story. The water is fine. Everything is normal. We're back in Springfield, and the couch is warm, and the family is home, and the plant is still running. Final edition. The lullaby of Sector 7G. There is a specific quality to the light inside the Springfield nuclear power plant that the show depicts in background details that most viewers never consciously register. The control room where Homer works is bathed in a particular green glow, the ambient light of screens and indicators, and whatever is coming through the inadequately shielded walls of a facility with 342 violations, 42 of which are probably related to the shielding. Homer has worked in that light for his entire adult life. He has breathed that air, sat under those lights, eaten his donuts in the glow of a room that is, depending on how seriously you take the radiation theory, slowly doing something to him that no doctor will ever fully document, because the documentation would lead somewhere nobody in Springfield wants to go. And somehow, across all of it, across the decades and the violations and the three-eyed fish and the skeletons in the basement and the knowledge, buried somewhere in his damaged brain, of what was done to his family across all of it, Homer Simpson keeps showing up. He swipes his badge, he takes his seat, he eats his donut, he falls asleep, he wakes up. He fails to notice something important. He goes home. And in going home, he does the one thing that the show has always argued matters more than everything else. He goes back to them. He goes back to Marge, who has been patiently holding the structure of his life together with a grace that the show sometimes forgets to honor and other times depicts so beautifully it aches. He goes back to Bart, who is infuriating and exhausting, and his in a way that Homer cannot fully articulate but feels in his chest when the kid gets in real trouble. He goes back to Lisa, whose intelligence he cannot match and whose disappointment in him he feels more acutely than she probably knows. He goes back to Maggie, who watches him with those enormous eyes and knows things about him that he will never know about himself. He goes home, and that act, that single, repeated, structurally invariant act of going home, of choosing the house on Evergreen Terrace over every alternative, of returning to the couch every Sunday night regardless of whatever the week produced, is the show's thesis. Not Burns's empire, not the radiation in the water, not the collective amnesia of a managed community, not even the floating timeline or the coma dream. The thesis is Homer going home. The thesis is that a person can be damaged and compromised and cognitively impaired and manipulated and shaped by forces they can't see and still find their way back to the people they love. That the love persists through the contamination, that the family holds through the reset, that the couch is still there and the light in the window is still on and the family is still home and it is still, across everything, worth showing up for. Springfield is a contamination zone. Homer is a man who has been broken in ways he can't quite see. The plant keeps running and Burns keeps living. and the water keeps flowing through the pipes of a town that agreed long ago not to ask what's in it. But the door to the house on Evergreen Terrace keeps opening, and Homer keeps walking through it. And in the dream, in the hospital room where the clock on the wall marks time that Homer doesn't know is passing, that's all that's happening. The door is opening, and he's coming home. Night after night, season after season, 36 years and counting. He's still coming home.